to council this evening. Welcome. Full house, council, I mean. Approval of the agenda. There is an addendum. Any member of council have an additional item to be presented to council this evening? None. Excellent. Councillor Bauma.
I'll move the agenda presented with the amendment.
With the amendment. Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Cardy. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest by any member of council. Councillor Chambers.
Mr. Mayor, there is a recommendation somewhere in the 500 and some odd pages that I haven't got my handle on it right now, a road committee recommendation that I'll be declaring a conflict on, and I would ask that the item be separated from the road committee report at the time.
So there is one recommendation in the Road Public Works Committee report. Okay, I'm sure we'll get to that eventually. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to declare on 8C.
8B.
C.
B as in Bob.
C as in conflict of interest. And I just,
C.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I did.
Well, you're not declaring a conflict of interest. What you do is declare a pecuniary interest, which could result in a conflict if you didn't declare it.
And if I could just, I have talked to our integrity commissioner about this. He actually did a report, and if anybody wants to read it, they're welcome to. It's about 10 pages of 50 Shades of Gray. So rather than dive among the weeds, I'll just declare on the whole matter, and just keep it clean. So.
Thank you. That's noted as well. Anyone else? Those two are noted. Thank you. And we'll proceed then with delegations, petitions, presentations, which is next. And the first is a congratulatory certificate, nice way to start out, to be presented to Mr. David Schufelt in recognition of 28 years, that's 3 decades, officiating world swimming events, including the 2016 Summer Olympics, and it's presented by myself, a certificate, and Councillor Cardy. Would you escort Mr. Schufelt to the dais, please? I'm sure you're honored by this attendance at County Council.
Look at them all. This is great attendance.
They got a lot of additional people. It is my pleasure, on behalf of the council, with permission of Councillor Cardy,
Absolutely.
presented by Brant County Council with sincere congratulations to David Schufelt. In recognition, as I said, of 28 years of officiating world swimming events and being the only Canadian representative at the 2016 Summer Olympics. Congratulations. Congratulations and the very best to your future, because I don't think you're done. Are you?
I was hoping I was.
Councillor Cardy?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Just wait.
I brought this up to Mayor Eddy a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, actually, when I found out Dave was going to the Olympics on behalf of Canada for the swimming to be an official. There's only 5 officials in Canada for swimming, and David was the only one picked to be at the 2016 Olympics. Knowing Dave for over 40 years now, Dave started at McMaster as a swimmer and ended up getting into officiating and has done, regional, provincial, Canadian, international, national, and world classifications, as well as now the Olympics. So we're very honored and proud to have Dave in our community. He gives a lot of his time not only not only to the swimming, but he's been a lifelong member with the Lions Club as well. So David's very well-rounded in our community. And David, we thank you for everything you've done for swimming. Thank you.
It's going to be a long meeting.
No.
No, thank you very much for this recognition in the community. It's nice to be thought of and recognized. We do these things as volunteers. I'm an official, I'm a volunteer, been doing it for 28 years, and we do it because we like it, not because we're paid. And to be recognized at something that very few people know you do is very nice and comforting. I appreciate it very much, and I know the swimming community here in Paris and Brantford and the county very much appreciate what you're doing and the thoughtfulness. So, again, thank you very much.
Thank you for all your time. Next is Andrew McCrae, Noreen Douglas, Al Dukowicz, Paris Port Dover Pipe Band, organizational update. Presentations, please come forward. Now, what did I do with those things? Welcome, please proceed when you're ready.
Why, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one small change that we need to make. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, Noreen Douglas isn't able to join us this evening. Her husband surprised her with a Caribbean vacation. She's just recently completed her exams. So in her place, we've invited Morel Gibson. And she this evening is our obligatory Scottish accent. Our pipe major, Mr. Gord Black, I'm sure a lot of the members here know of him. He's actually teaching this evening a cadet troop up in Cambridge. So we're trying to solicit new members, and that's part of our update that we'd like to provide. So since the year 2000, Paris Port Dover has been a very, very proud ambassador of the town of Paris, the community of Port Dover, the county of Brant, the county of Norfolk, the province of Ontario, and the great country of Canada. We've traveled the world. We've been to Greece, we've been to Switzerland, we've been to the United Kingdom, and we have a very, very proud heritage of excellence. We look forward to many, many years of being able to do these services. So we teach our members at no cost to themselves. So we offer these programs free of charge, and they're able to come in as young kids and graduate through our program and also take on some leadership attributes. So we're very, very proud of that tradition of excellence, development of the youth, and leadership and development. As we grow, we need more and more space. So we used to reside here in Paris at the fairgrounds, and we kind of grew beyond that space. We needed a place that we could access on more nights, and so we moved to St. George, and we've been proud kind of tenants of the South Dumfries Historical Society in the St. George Memorial Hall. So we're also supporting another community organization, and we're very, very proud to be able to do that. We have recently, in 2016, we've put in an application for a grant from the county, and we are very, very pleased to have been a beneficiary of the county for many, many years. We would also like to continue that into the future, and we're looking for some support in the year 2016. We were recently turned down for that grant application, though with the additional information that we've now provided, we're going to reapply, and we hope that you take that into consideration, the number of additional groups that we can touch and the additional things that we can provide to the South Dumfries Historical Society. With that said, in 2017, we will also be putting forth a grant application, and we're hoping to get more onto the into the stream where we're a recurring line item in the budget, understanding budgetary processes are coming up very, very quickly. We're hoping that we can count on your support in that area as well. The third item of business, and I understand you've got a very, very thick book tonight, so we'll be very, very quick. We also have been Since 2012, we've been holding on to some funds that the former Gothic Old Town Hall Committee had raised in the name of the Old Town Hall project. And this recent September, we received a letter from the county saying that that they have completed the purchase of that building, and we are now in a position where we can transfer those funds back into the care of the County of Brant. So with that, I have Al Dukowicz here, who would like to present a check. So if anybody wants to jump up quickly and grab that, we would gladly present to you $10,000, $10,666. 10,660, sorry, 10,660.
Said somebody. I would ask the treasurer to come forward and accept the check because some would not agree that I should be the one to accept the check.
Go ahead, Al.
No, I will have the treasurer accept it. Has this been arranged that you would accept it?
No.
Pardon?
No, I was just pointed out to go.
Fabulous.
Thank you. And thank you for correcting our version of the facts in the letter. I have no problem being corrected at any time, any place, if correction is needed. We had done it in a way of inviting the presentation of funds based on the facts that we had heard. And so I have a copy of the letter of request that went forward, signed by me as mayor and also the chair of the Baucott Center Advisory Committee, and also a copy of your letter so that everyone will know all of the facts and there'll be no problem with hearsay. So, and Councillor Simons is here also to acknowledge the presentation, being the member of council on the Baucott Center Committee. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation.
We're very enthusiastic and look forward to participating as a performance venue when it opens. Thank you very much.
Oh, good, and that will be recorded. That certainly will be recorded that you wish. No, was there a further request? Was there a request in addition to the presentation? Oh, okay. Thank you. Next is I declare this a public hearing of council. The request for noise bylaw exemption on Region of Waterloo Road construction. That's the Brant Waterloo Road, which is a joint road, and that's why the request is before council, because it's a joint road at Nith Road. And there is a report regarding the matter for information of, I believe it's sanitary sewer installation. The Village of Ayr is expanding to our town line, so who knows what may be next. Is there anyone present that wishes to speak to this matter, being the request for noise bylaw exemption for construction? Second call, anyone present wishes to speak to it? Third and final request, anyone present that wishes to speak to this request for a noise bylaw exemption, which is usual with this type of construction in order to get it done. No one to speak to it? I declare the public meeting regarding the request for noise bylaw exemption closed. Thank you. If you wonder why that's done, that's according to the Municipal Act. Many of the things that we do are requirements of our dear provincial government. The next, Cameron Johnson of Millard, Rouse and Roseborough. The 2015 financial statements of the County of Brant. Would you come forward, please? And this is to put everybody in a good mood when you hear the good news from our financial auditor. Welcome. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Again, my name is Cameron Johnson. I'm a partner with Millards and Brantford, and it's my pleasure tonight to present the audited financial statements for the County of Brant as at December 31st, 2015. If you bear with me, I'd like to read the auditor's report as quickly as possible, and it's on page 2 of the financial statements in your copy. It's, we have audited the accompanying consolidated financial statements of the Corporation of the County of Brant, which comprise a consolidated statement of financial position as at December 31, 2015, consolidated statements of operations and accumulated surplus, changes in net financial assets and cash flows for the year then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. Management's responsibility. Management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these consolidated financial statements in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, and for such internal control as management determines is necessary to enable the preparation of consolidated financial statements that are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. Auditor's responsibility. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on these consolidated financial statements based on our audit. We conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. Those standards require that we comply with ethical requirements and plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the consolidated financial statements are free from material misstatement. An audit involves performing procedures to obtain audit evidence about the amounts and disclosures in the consolidated financial statements. The procedures selected depend on the auditor's judgment, including the assessment of risks of material misstatement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. In making those risk assessments, the auditor considers internal control relevant to the entity's preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the entity's internal control. An audit also includes evaluating the appropriateness of accounting policies used and reasonableness of accounting estimates made by management, as well as evaluating the overall presentation of the financial statements. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. In our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the Corporation of the County of Brant as at December 31, 2015, and the consolidated results of its operations and changes in net financial assets and its consolidated cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. Signed, Millard Rose Roseboro LLP, Chartered Professional Accountants, Licensed Public Accountants, September 22nd, 2016. One of the things I mentioned, I think last year, there's been a study coming around that auditor's report is going to become much, much longer. I've seen anywhere between 2 pages and one company where their auditor's report was 15 pages long. Just to make a point is that the new standards may not be overly relevant to everybody, but that's not our decision, unfortunately. On page 3 of the financial statements is your consolidated statement of financial position. If I may, I'd just like to highlight a couple of points very, very quickly. I know everyone's in a hurry. You can see on our financial assets, we have cash and short-term investments and also investments in the year. What's interesting is, we've discussed this in the past, is if you recall that for the councillors, is cash management is always been critical. Cash management is still critical. We've got $39 million of cash and investments right now, but our reserves and reserve funds are sitting at about $55 million. So we actually don't have enough cash to cover those. But along that same line, this year, is that we can actually see the process starting to come together. Our development charges, if you recall, we've had an excess expenditure of development charges for the last several years because of Southwest. Well, that balance now is sitting at $15 million being collected as, building expansion and the development of that upper area, or development of the entire community. So it is moving in the right direction. Again, cash management is key, as we can see. You can see our taxes receivable. This is a nice thing, is you can see our taxes receivable balance actually dropped from $3 million down to $2.69 million. There's increases in taxes over the year based on assessment, growth, and taxes. So it's actually a good position for your taxes. Our total financial assets this year, $56 million compared to $62. And our total Financial liabilities in the year, $68 million. No new loans, long-term debt in the current year. We actually, I think, paid down our long-term debt by about $2 million in the current year. Our non-financial assets, so our tangible capital assets, again, your land, buildings, infrastructure, the net book value of those in the current year, $253 million compared to $242 million the year before. We actually, in the current year, spent $23,665,000 on tangible capital assets in the current year, and the assets that we do hold, we depreciated those by $11,614,000 in the current year. So we have, you can see, over $250 million worth of infrastructure that is in place with the county. So our total net assets in the year, $242 million, and that agrees with the surplus of $242 million. The next page highlights our revenues. This is our statement of operations. Total revenues in the current year, $85 million compared to $95 million the year before. But one of the items in the year before, if you recall, it also relates to the sale of Brant County Power. So on our revenues, we had a gain on the sale of Brant County Power in 2014 of $15.9 million. We didn't have that in the current year. Total expenditures in the current year, $64 million compared to $65 the year before. And on a full accrual basis, you can see we have total annual surplus on a full accrual basis of $10,560,000. And again, on a cash budgeting basis, so how the municipality budgets, the actual surplus was $512,000. And as everyone knows, these financial statements, they don't take into consideration reserve transfers. They're not part of they're part of the balance sheet side, the statement of financial position side, as opposed to the income statement side, as well as expenditures on your capital assets. Those are expensed through either your capital budget or through operations on a cash basis, but under these financial statements, those are pulled out of the statement of operations and put over onto the statement of financial position. So we don't see those expenditures, but we do see the expenditures related to the depreciation. We're actually depreciating again, the assets that we have on the books. Plus, we also recognized any changes in our future liabilities going through this financial statement. So if we've got an increase in our landfill post-closure costs, for example, I believe those did go up in the current year. Landfill, yes, it went from $4.2 million up to $4.8 million. So that's a $600,000 increase. That's reflected on these statements, but is not reflected on your normal budgeting, cash-oriented, modified accrual financial statements. The next statement is our annual surplus from operations, and it just highlights a couple quick little points. You can see we have our operations, and then we also have our amortization. There's what we spent, again, $23.6 million on tangible capital assets. Very, very impressive. And then just changes in other non-financial items. The rest of the financial statement is holding fairly consistent in presentation to what we've seen in the past. Page 6 very quickly highlights our sources and uses of cash for the year. So overall, we've ended up using $2.6 million worth of cash in the current year. Compared to last year, we had an influx of $32 million. And again, that's related to last year's primarily related to the sale of Brant County Power that we don't have in the current year. And of that $2.6 million use, we also paid down our, again, long-term debt by almost $2.2 million. So overall, very good. No issues with the financial statements. A couple of points I'd just like to bring to your attention quite quickly is that throughout the course of the audit, we do express to the finance department as our independence that we are absolutely independent of the corporation of the County of Brant. There's no one in our firm that has any interest in the county, or anyone in our firm or any relationship that has got an employment matter that's a decision-making ability with the county. We are independent. The financial statements, very quickly, just a reminder, is that they are the responsibility of management. Our job is to actually express the audit opinion on those financial statements. One of the things we always take a look at is changes in accounting policies. We did have a new policy this year, but it didn't have an impact on the financial statements, and that was recognizing contaminated sites. So remediation costs related to contaminated sites that aren't part of regular operations. But there was nothing there that had an impact on the financial statements. We also take a look at changes in accounting policies because they can have a significant impact on your income of your financial statement. So if you want to manipulate, if finance wants to manipulate the financial statements, they can change an accounting policy. We make sure that that policy is appropriate in the circumstances and it is applied on a consistent and retrospective basis where appropriate. We report that there weren't any significant changes in accounting policies this year. Throughout our course of our audit, we make inquiries, we document internal controls, update our documentation on internal controls, and also test the internal controls that are in place. Throughout the course of our audit, we didn't discover any significant deficiencies in internal control. We also looked for, any areas of fraud or illegal acts throughout the audit and throughout the course of the audit and inquiries with management. We did not discover any fraud or illegal acts. We report that we did not have any difficulties in the performance of the audit this year and that we received excellent cooperation from Heather and her staff and Robin and their staff. Very, very good cooperation. As far as timing of the audited financial statements are concerned, we actually started the audit work. We came out in middle of February to start doing the testing of the financial statements, which is the revenues and expenses, because we don't have to have the year end done for revenues and expenses. So we started that testing procedure in February, and then we're actually out in May to start to begin the actual, if you want to call it the balance sheet, the statement of financial position work, which is the assets and the liabilities of the county. Along with that, we wrapped up our field work probably closer to the middle of May, end of May, pending some certain areas that were still outstanding. Heather and her team worked on the financial statements themselves, and were able to wrap up the beginning part of the financial statements middle of August, about the middle of August, and then with that, then we do our reconciliation work and bring them working with Heather to go back and forth until we get a final draft financial statement, and that was actually just completed last week with the finals going out September 22nd. As far as timing for next year is concerned, we beginning of a bit of a planning phase. We're hoping with the, if I'm correct, Heather, the budget process being moved up earlier. Heather and her staff, they can start with the year-end work January, February. We plan to hopefully be in by March to commence our audit work. And then the goal would be is to give Heather time in April, beginning of May, to work on the financial statements. And then hopefully we can wrap up our side of the financial statements towards the second half of May and into June with a hopeful completion date by the end of June. So on behalf of Millards, through your worship, if there's any questions.
Thank you. We are a growing corporation, and as you grow, the costs of services grow, and therefore the income must grow to match those costs. And so you see the figures are getting very, very large. Any questions of the auditor by the members of council at this point in time regarding the statements? No questions? And if anybody in the public would like a copy of this, it makes tremendously interesting bedtime reading, that I can give you a copy of it if you are so inclined. Thank you very much on behalf of council for the report and coming forth with it.
Thank you.
All I gotta do is find my agenda. So we're at E, Fred Gladding, who is the chair of the County of Brant Public Library Board, to make a presentation regarding St. George Library Services expansion. Welcome. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank council for welcoming me back. I was here not long ago. I'm here tonight at the pleasure of the County of Brant Public Library Board, who felt it was timely and important that we bring to council's attention emerging things with our service in St. George. So that's where our focus is tonight. So I'll present this information for your consideration and fulfill my obligation to the library board. You guys, the council and the community, are certainly aware of the growth across the county, and as the mayor has just alluded to, with the growth in the county, services and pressures on services are enhanced. And the library board has been monitoring and responding to that pressure in St. George for a while. And we thought now was the time to make council aware, because we don't want to catch anybody by surprise. So I'm here because the County of Brant, next slide here, basically, I'm here to ask that the library be included in the planning for some of the new development around the town's village of St. George. You know that there are proposed residential developments slated for, proposed for St. George, which will have a significant impact on that community. So I'm here to just show you a little bit where we're at in St. George right now. The current library building in St. George was not built by the County of Brant Public Library Board. It was built by the Village of St. George, the township, with another library board just prior to amalgamation. This building was built in 1998, and I think probably it was only up in that, under the supervision of that board for about a year before it was included in the amalgamation. So it was a building that the current board inherited in amalgamation. The size, just at 4,000 square feet, is serving a population of 6,829. And that's about the same population served by the Burford branch that you might be aware of. And you can see we've included the size of the fairly recently built Burford branch, designed better to match that population. The trade area growth population for the St. George branch since 2004 has grown by 27%. And just in the past year, you know, as we monitor things, we've seen quite a surge just recently at the St. George branch. This past summer with our summer reading programs for children and teens, highly subscribed, places packed. It's wonderful to see that. But when the place is packed, our concern is that we're really not offering the library experience and service because our square footage and our public spaces in that building are so limited. And again, that's just indicated in the last line there. That's probably the biggest challenge within the building. We have book stacks, but we don't have much room after that. Here's some other measures of the St. George branch. We've got the better data for comparing 2004 to last year. And I think you can see where the numbers have taken big step-ups. Okay. Beyond the population growth of 27%, you see the walk-in traffic at over 100%, more than doubled. That goes back a little bit, I think, to what Mr. Morgenstern, who was here back in the summer, was talking about, how people want to use their library. We've certainly stood here and boasted about our penetration into the community with our online and internet service, but walking in the door is still a very big deal too. And when people do come, we need to be able to provide them with the kind of experience they're looking for. Now, the library board and the library staff have been working with everything they can do to maximize that building. Back in 2008, we kind of did a whole review of the configuration of bookcases, computers, and seating areas. We bought some more shelving and put it on the wall so that we could take freestanding shelves off the floor and open up some space. We reconfigured computers. We actually did a weed of the collection just to make sure we didn't have superfluous books. We did everything we could in 2008 to try and, maximize, but we still only got so much. A couple of years ago, we wondered if we could put a bump out on this building. These photographs that you're looking at sort of showed the barrier that we run up against. The utility corridor and the easements required, I think we're already impinging on the easements, and there was really no room for us to go that way. The building hasn't really been engineered to support a second story. It's pretty hard to go up. And even if we did go up, there's really no room on this site for us to expand our parking. So we explored all these options, looked at them, and really didn't see how we could really make this branch any bigger. Unless there's, new technology that would make that happen. It seems like we're stuck in that if we made it bigger, we would need to provide more parking, and I don't think we can go up. And if we did add a second story, it would also impact our staffing. We'd have to have more staff to supervise both floors all the time that we're open. So that was some of the challenges. So just to kind of get to the point and to summarize, why am I here today? Well, the library board has been made aware that St. George is going to be changing in the foreseeable future, not imminent, not too far into the future, with these residential developments. I'm not sure if my numbers are right, but I'm pretty sure I saw something where this could mean as many as 8,000 more people in the direct vicinity of the town of St. George. Most of this development is slated to go south and west of the commercial core that currently exists, and of course our library being located to the north and east is going to be kind of on the periphery. The library board is hopeful that consideration for library service be included in any planning or design work that might be happening now. And that would ensure that, the library just doesn't end up somewhere where left over, that it could be located in an advantaged position to fulfill its full mandate for the citizens, to contribute to the economy, that it makes sense that it's kind of coordinated with other educational developments and recreation. So we're hopeful that as plans do develop and move forward, that the library is considered. So back where I started, the County of Brant Public Library Board is seeking the inclusion of a planned new site for the public library service within the proposed St. George residential developments.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for the presenter? Councillor Simons first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. Do you have any locations in mind at all at a high level right now in St. George?
I think it'd be presumptive of me to say that. I mean, there are developers, I presume, working with county planning and looking at where the new educational facilities would be, recreational and commercial. If I'm right, or if I've been told correctly, that as those design plans are made and approved, our hope is that if that kind of work is happening now, that the library is on the radar screen and that there's some consideration. What we would hope is that it would be in a high-profile, high-visibility location that made sense with the community and, people's traffic patterns as they go to the bank and the grocery or whatever it is, that the library would be somewhere in there.
So you're kind of thinking maybe more downtown, more in that area, sort of.
Well, yeah, the existing sort of commercial core of Paris, or pardon me, of St. George is, it's quaint and it does its thing. I don't know if that's the place to be, but with this much growth and kind of skewed to the southwest, I'm wondering if another location nudged in that direction might work best.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, one more, it's a comment.
Third question?
It's a comment, if I may.
Well, no, we're open for questions.
Okay. Are you sure, are you sure that the 8,400 population is only for St. George, or could that be for the whole county of Brant for new growth?
No, can I just interrupt here? We are not sure at this point in time that the proposed expansion is going to take place because we don't know whether the servicing will be allowed for it. It may,
Yes.
but it may not. But it's well that you've brought this before us. It's timely to bring this forward.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Gatward, I believe, has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read an interesting article today in the Brantford paper about library service, and my question is, has the board surveyed the residents of the St. George, South Dumfries area to see whether or not they're in favor of a new library and where they might want to see it, or what their expectations are? They may be quite happy with where it is and what they have.
But this is a request before us for a new library in view of the expansion. And
Yes,
we
I
have to-
realize that, Mayor
We have
Eddy.
to treat it as such.
I realize that, Mayor Eddy, but I also think we should consult with the citizens.
Well, you consult with your users, do you?
Yes, we do. We survey people right at the desks at the various branches.
Yeah.
And
On an ongoing basis.
the library board is considering a more widespread sort of consultation with the entire county, similar, I think, to the design that was reported from Brantford. We've looked at it before and found it quite expensive, but at some point, some version of that, well, I hope you don't, I'm speaking a little bit on my own right now, but I do expect that at some point, with the changes in the offing, that would be a very pertinent thing to do, that kind of measurement.
Well, thank you for coming forward and alerting us. Thank you, personal note, and thanking you for thanking the Township of South Dumfries for what they did, but actually the appreciation must go to the person who built the library and presented it to the township in the person of Jack Spielzig, a developer, because that's what happened.
His name's on the plaque out there.
And we're pleased to see that his son is here tonight, and we'll make sure he is aware of the new requirement. Councillor Wheat, please.
It's not a question, but a comment. The library board
Another
is
one.
not looking to build a new library today or
Yes.
tomorrow.
No.
It's making us aware of the growth that may occur,
Yes.
and we want to be included in that growth, because there could be partnerships involved with the developers. Could be 5 years from now. We need to be aware where we put a new library down the road, and it needs to fit in with the growth plans that probably will happen in that St. George area.
As it's done for schools, it should be done for the library.
Yes,
Councillor.
that is what we're making aware of, and at the end, I'll summarize it when we deal with delegations.
Any more questions? If not, thank you, Chairman, for Library Board for coming forward with
Thank
this
you, Mr. Mayor.
presentation. Next, Douglas Stewart of Stantec and Jay Hitchon of Watrous Holden, Amy Hitchon, et cetera, regarding ZBA 3614 RA 98 Oak Park Avenue. Are they in attendance? Oh, here you are already. Thank you. Welcome. Please proceed when you're ready.
If I may, I'm joined here today by
there he is.
Kevin Fergan of Stantec and Mr. Spielzig on behalf of his brother, as well as Mr. Hitchon. We're here as a result of what occurred at the Planning Advisory. So what you have received from us in your package is a fairly extensive response. We're here to ask council to take a point of time to go and back over the information and to take into account that staff have prepared a report that recommends this proposal, and that we wish you to review what staff have prepared as well as all of the responses, which includes ours. So our request is based on a number of factors that we think you should take into account. First and foremost, this council approved a change to the existing plan of subdivision. The proposed bylaw implements it. In September, staff prepared a report where they comprehensively undertook a review and came to the independent perspective that it should be recommended for approval. Also, we provided to you, as I outlined, a fairly extensive response just to look at all the information so it's clear we have all the facts. So, I don't propose to go through the September written correspondence point by point.
Thank you.
Don't have enough time.
Thank you.
What I do want to remind council is of a number of factors. And I think what's important to that is when you look at the subject property, it is within the urban built boundary. It was excluded by a previous council from an area study for good planning reasons. It's clear that the existing draft approved plan for Schuyler Estates can function independently and depend on existing infrastructure for its extension. If you look at the Northwest area study, it's an east to west study. East is first phase, second phase is moved slowly to the west because of dependence upon streets, dependent upon infrastructure to be built, which are 2 pumping stations, to build 2 stormwater management ponds. It is not connected to the Schuyler Estates. What we also feel is an important part, because we talked a fair bit at the last meeting about parking. If we look at future Woodsley Street, there is about 1,600 feet of street townhouses proposed, all with a driveway that will front onto future Woodsley, a collector. If you look at Schuyler Estate and what is being proposed, we do not exacerbate having a multitude of single driveways onto a collector where there's no on-street parking. What we also think is important is the existing infrastructure that is in place today is going to be the logical extension to provide the extension of services to Schuyler Estates. It isn't to give extension to the lands of the Northwest area study. It creates its own infrastructure, and we believe that's an important point to remember. What we also think is important is we've heard from one of the adjacent property owners, and I say one of them because what's an important factor is the property on the slide that is colored in green has not appeared before this council. They're in a pending plan of subdivision. They actually own the adjacent parcel to Schuyler Estate. It is not, has been represented in correspondence and in presentation by Dr. Gusenbauer's agent, a draft approved plan. He, through that draft plan, is more dependent upon the lands of the numbered company than on the lands of Schuyler Estate. What's important is that the extension of future Woodsley only runs past the Schuyler Estate, not requiring it for frontage, for access, or for servicing, and was not contemplated. We also talked a bit about, it was mentioned, there'll be a retaining wall. There doesn't need to be a retaining wall. In fact, both parcels, and I'm not the engineer, that's why I brought the engineer, both parcels today, the topography is about equal. As a result of the Northwest study, to provide for a functional servicing of those lands, the properties need to be brought up fill brought in so it functions. As a result of that, and to provide for the implementation of the Schuyler Estates lands have to be brought up. What is proposed on this sketch is there is an interim solution which would not require a retaining wall, and in the fulfillment of time, all the grades will match. If there was cooperation, they could implement it today when the Schuyler Estates proceed, but it's not premised on that. We talked a lot about what should the width of a private street be. I want to point out to you that through our investigation, we identified several examples of where this county has approved a reduction, the same as, and sometimes even less than, on a private street. But it isn't just about the dimension, and I've stood and said that to you. It's not just the dimension, it's the whole package. What also we heard was, have we heard from the county fire staff? Well, we have. It's in your package, and the county fire staff have found the proposal acceptable. What is also important is the implementation. As we've stated, there will be signage, and at the recommendation and discussed through staff, there would be the passing of a bylaw that would restrict on-street parking on that private street, as well as providing for the means for the county to do enforcement. So, it is my suggestion that the county staff supported the request. It's along the same lines of a number of requests, and we provided those to you, the street addresses and such. We aren't proposing on-street parking. We are proposing that there be restrictions and that there be enforcement. Again, I think we've responded to the concern about the reduction in the street. Provision of parking, we spent a lot of time on, and I want to tell you that that's probably the number one issue we all face from a council point of view, but from a consultant point of view. What I want to point out is that this county has an existing approved bylaw. It says that you require for 55 townhouses, 55 parking spaces. I want to advise you that there's 110 provided as through that provision. We also want to advise you that we're providing 25 visitor spaces in addition to the 110. And under the current bylaw, and just so you're aware, there's no provision of visitor parking required in your current bylaw approved. We also are providing 2 accessible spaces where, again, in your current bylaw, none are required. So when you look at it, we're required to provide 55 spaces, 137 spaces are being provided. You have a proposed bylaw that you have passed and was approved but was appealed, so it's not enforced in effect. I must point out on this slide there is a mistake. I stand to correct that mistake here tonight. So firstly, under that bylaw, you're required for 55 townhouses, 110 spaces. We're providing 110. We're also providing, which is not on the slide, 25 visitor spaces. So I apologize if there's confusion, but I want you to know it was not intended. Under your proposed bylaw, the way we interpreted, the number of accessible spaces required is 5. On the plan, there's 2. So when you add it up, you're required to provide 120 under the bylaw and providing 137 spaces. As I also advise, should staff require more accessible spaces, we would provide those and not affect the overall total. We've heard from people suggesting the urban design is urban design and needs to be taken into account. I would like to advise you that that has been taken into account. What is before you are the proposed sketches of what the buildings will look like. If you looked at those sketches right away, which is the front, which is the rear, which will face the internal private road, and which will face Woodsley Street? The answer is the garage will face the internal street. The front door will face the future street, should it ever be built. I suggest to you that a fair amount of time and effort and care has been put into these plans to address what was said as an urban design issue. I would caution you, whether it's an urban design issue or asking for cost improvements for a road that's not required. So, we've come up with a revised sketch. We have changed the sketch based on all we've understood. What it does, just so you know, from the sketch you saw at the start of September to today, the only change we've made is we've moved the townhouses, as the township staff have suggested, to a setback on future Woodsley of 4.5 meters. And that would conform to the proposed bylaw. If I return you back to the sketch where it was stated we would need a retaining wall, when we did that sketch actually takes into account the 4.5. There's no issues there. We've looked at it overall, we heard all your issues, we've responded to those in our written correspondence and our presentation tonight. So, why are we here, and why should council give reconsideration of this? You should, because the proposed bylaws as prepared by staff do implement a decision of this council and of the previous council. It supports the independence of Schuyler State as the planning policy provides for. This plan, Schuyler States, is going to utilize existing infrastructure, stormwater management, sanitary sewer, and water. It is not dependent on any infrastructure being provided through the Northwest study. But what it also does, as shown in the sketch of what the buildings will look like, it shows coordination with a street. What it also does, and what it won't do, is provide garages to face a road where there's already proposed an extensive amount of street fronting townhouses, which in our view is probably not good planning. So we exceed the minimum parking because we feel that's an important aspect. What we also feel is the proposal does appropriately address the issue of good urban design. We also feel it's good planning. We also feel it supports the staff recommendation. So on behalf of our client, we wish to ask council, look at the information, look at the technical review, and ask yourself, are we implementing what this council did when they excluded the lands from the Northwest study and provide for the extension of existing infrastructure to service this? And step back and ask yourself, is this not an appropriate application for future families of this county? This concludes my comments. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the information that you've given us, an update. The one word that I would ask you to change, you used the word reconsider, and I have to point out you're confusing the fact that the members on the planning board, planning advice, are the same members on county council, but this is the first time this council has dealt with the matter. So technically, it isn't a reconsideration, and I only say that because if it were, it's a complicated matter, but it's not. so we're fine on that.
So I
Fine.
stand corrected, and I don't want to make it any more complicated.
Thank you. Are there questions of the presenter? Councillor Chambers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along the same line,
Yes, sir.
and not wanting to get into a procedural quagmire,
Quagmire, I like that.
your request on page 59 of your report is this. We request that council reconsider the recommendation of the September 6th Planning Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
What recommendation are you referring to?
Through you, it was my understanding the staff report came forward and was refused by the Planning Advisory Committee. There was a ton of discussion.
You're correct, but
Yes.
what recommendation did the Planning Committee make that you want reconsidered?
The refusal of the request to adopt the amendment to the bylaw. If we can simplify it, at the end of the day, our request is for council to support the staff report of September and approve the amendments to the bylaw to provide for the implementation of the previous council's approvals. If I've mixed up terms, I apologize, but at the end of the day, what we're asking for is support staff, approve the bylaws, we can move on to the next step.
So then the reconsideration that the mayor pointed out in your request and the recommendation that isn't there as a recommendation is basically misspeaking
Yes.
your request.
If
Simple.
so, I apologize, as I
That's
have.
all right.
I'm a planner.
And I'm a farmer, and I don't know the legalities, but and you may want to respond to this question, and it's my summation question. You're asking the council to deliberate on a planning advisory committee issue and make a decision essentially independent of the Planning Advisory Committee, make a decision of council. Is that correct?
Yes. If that's the way it's got to be out, I'm for it.
Yeah.
If the clerk or my good friend has any other suggestion, I'm open to them. At the end of the day, the proposed bylaw, as outlined in the September staff report, conform to your official plan and implements what we're asking for.
Councillor Chambers.
Could I ask one more question through you, through the presenter, to the legal advisor?
Yes.
Is it appropriate for the council to circumvent the planning committee, advisory committee jurisdiction and make a decision independent of the planning process?
In our submission, it is. We are not the solicitors for the county. I did understand that legal advice was sought by the county to have the matter come before council, and our submission and application has been made, and to the county of Brant, and that council is the body that is the jurisdiction to make that decision. If it does so without a recommendation from Planning Advisory Committee, it has that capacity in our submission.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
If I may, under the Planning Act, the decision of council is what gets appealed. It's not the decision
On some
of Planning
occasions,
Advisory.
at least. Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions of the presenter? Councillor Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters. correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you did say that you would look at adding more accessible spaces to the proposal?
If I may, through the chair to you.
Yes.
We did indicate that if staff or council feel there should be more accessible parking spaces, they would be provided, taking away from the visitor spaces, understanding that it's not a one-for-one, because the accessible spaces do require a larger parking footprint.
Correct.
If it was felt that for good planning reasons, as opposed to conformity to the bylaw, because we conform to the bylaw, that would be taken into consideration. We're in the hands of staff and council.
So my question to you is, would you look at adding 2 to 3 more accessible spaces, which are on your plan at the present, but changing it to accessibility?
Yes.
Because you have 2 now to that huge amount of housing, and it just doesn't seem, with our accessibility that we have on our table, it doesn't seem proper to have only 2 spaces. So if that could be accomplished, that would be a good thing.
It can be accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? If not, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. It is clear.
3 more spaces, is that okay? I know, they've only got 2, it's not enough.
Next is Dr. Duncan Lucas and Mrs.
Okay.
Patricia O'Meary, re Livestock in Rural Residential Areas. Please come forward. Please welcome, and please proceed when you're prepared.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and councillors, for the opportunity once again to address the issue of small-scale farming within Brant County. As a review, 2 weeks ago, we asked for the opportunity to conduct a 1-year pilot project around small-scale farming and to keep poultry and livestock, and the keeping of poultry and livestock, small livestock, such as goats, on rural residential properties. This request was based on the Brant County official plan definition of rural residential properties, particularly in noting that such properties are outside the urban settlements, but within the agricultural context. At the time, we expressed the feeling that the current bylaws around the keeping of animals in this context does not adequately represent the wants and wishes, and quite possibly the actions of many people living in these areas, as, for example, the Hammond Road in Ward 5, where we live. Collectively, you rejected this request, preferring instead to do nothing and maintain the status quo. Councillor Gatward, however, did support a request, and at least one other councillor, whose name I don't remember off, I think it was Mr. Pierce, perhaps, and the mayor showed some interest in at least having more information on this topic, and so we are back. First, we would like to ask you to suspend or defer your collective decision of 2 weeks ago to do nothing and maintain the status quo in the current bylaw. Instead, we now propose to conduct a survey of Brant County on a ward-by-ward basis. The goal would be to measure the community's feelings and thoughts about small-scale sustainable farming on rural residential properties, and separately to assess feelings about chickens in more urban settings. Across Ontario, indeed across North America, there's a growing interest in and movement to permit the integration of small-scale farming on a wider range of property types beyond explicit agricultural zoning. We have seen such developments, for example, in Meaford, in Quinte West, in Kingston, in Guelph, in Cambridge. Consider that small-scale mixed farming is a millennia-old practice. People have been living healthy lives in concert with animals from time immemorial. Large-scale commercial farming, which is and has been key to our development of species and as a culture, is a relatively new phenomenon, a consequence over the last 100 years or so of advanced mechanization. And this is a good thing. We have no argument with such practices. And with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, and through you, sir, to Councillor Coleman, who expressed some extreme misgivings about the term factory farming, we are not against commercial farming. This is not our argument. Clearly, what we propose is not a threat to such endeavors, particularly as farming represents a key identity in Brant County. Our interests here deal with supplementing family food sources, but as the bumper sticker says, farmers feed cities, and that will not change. Concerning a survey, one of your first questions, I suspect, runs along the line of who will pay for this. And there is a free online tool called SurveyMonkey. It is one of many available tools. You get 10 free questions. All answers are anonymous. Only one survey per IP address, so one survey per home. It is protected under the Canadian Privacy Act. We might advertise this via word of mouth, social media, Brant County website, local newspapers. I suggest that we might run it for 90 days. And we have already drafted a set of 10 questions. Last week, you raised some objections, and last week in particular, you raised one objection about backyard poultry based on a recent CDC, Center for Disease Control report. Beyond the headline, that report does link incidents of salmonella to backyard poultry. But a closer look at that report shows that all of those cases were tracked back to people handling chicks at or from commercial hatcheries and then introducing the pathogen into the backyard context. The CDC's 2016 research is ongoing, so I thought we'd have a look at their published quick facts of 2015, salmonella versus other foodborne illnesses. Salmonella in 2015 was linked to live poultry in 4 outbreaks, causing 252 total illnesses and 63 hospitalizations, 0 deaths. All foodborne illnesses combined amounted to over 19,000 outbreaks, over 373,000 illnesses, over 14,000 hospitalizations, and 337 deaths. Again, people across the world have lived healthy lives in community with livestock and poultry for thousands of years. Were that not the case, we would not exist as a species. Yes, there is a potential for contamination from animals, but the real risks are no higher than life in general, which brings us to the topic of biosecurity. There is extensive information available from OMAFRA, Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and from the Centre for Disease Control. Avian flu has been raised as an issue. The Brant County Health Unit already has an existing avian flu pandemic plan in place. The core message of all this information is wash your hands, clean your animals' housing. This is a learnable skill. People who pursue such actions, I suggest, do more research than just assume they can get away with it. And these practices of healthy living with animals apply both in large and small scales. As to the OMAFRA and the MMA, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, we feel that there is an appetite for small-scale sustainable farming within the rural residential communities of Brant County. We think it is in the best interest of the county to investigate the issue more thoroughly and to get ahead of the issue, as it were, in regulating some sense of small-scale farming activities. And as our understanding in the last 2 weeks, as we've looked into this more, is that you have this power provided under the Ministry of Municipal Affairs as per Section 11 of the Municipal Act. Further, in a conversation and exchange of letters with somebody from MMA, they do not take issue with the practice of keeping poultry, as for example, in non-agricultural settings. Sorry, I had changed the slides. So this is the slide to which I was referring. This is a letter from Mary and Francis Cabral, which suggests they do not, at the MMA, have a problem with such endeavors. The other issue that came up was the minimum distance setback. Much was made of this minimum distance setback as a problem by OMAFRA's rulings. This is not really a problem. I had a long conversation, exchange of letters with a man named Drew Crinklaw, who's a planner in the Southwest region with OMAFRA. The MDS calculator was developed for commercial scale new construction of agricultural buildings or for new residential properties to be built near existing commercial agricultural buildings. And it is not designed for retroactive application. As a commercial tool, significant key assumptions are built into this MDS calculator, and you can access it online. It's open to the public. Livestock, for example, are categorized on a 1 to 8 scale for odor potential. Hogs are the highest odor potential as number 1. Horses and goats would be an 8, the lowest potential. The MDS, minimum distance setback, deals in nutrient units, and this is based on the size and the feed need of an animal. 1 cow, for example, is a nutrient unit. 1 horse is a nutrient unit. 8 goats is a nutrient unit. 150 chickens is 1 nutrient unit. And the MDS tool starts with a minimum calculation of 5 nutrient units. That's the lowest it can go. So its lowest potential calculation is 5 cows or 5 horses, or 40 goats, or 750 chickens. We're talking about 2 or 3 goats and a dozen chickens. The MDS is an inappropriate tool for the discussion we're having today. And as municipal councillors, I think you have an opportunity to better define animal husbandry guidelines within our community. So the question becomes, what do you want? What do your constituents, the people who may or may not have voted for you, what do they want? And so we propose to conduct a survey and to find out. This council, as elected representatives of Brant County, have a duty to represent the people. So let's make some decisions based on the data, on the facts, rather than personal feelings and emotions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions by members of council? Councilor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. A couple questions in. Maybe I should have asked this when you were here last. Was there a complaint made against your property or your animals? And that's why that would probably need to be here?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. We've learned a bit about protocols. There was some non-specific complaint made about the existence of some animals on our property, and we were never given a specific.
No, we were. Actually, I asked what the nature of the complaint was, and the nature of the complaint was simply that they existed.
Okay.
So.
Because you stated up there what your constituents want, and believe you me, I consider it, and I think everyone around this table does consider it. So are you aware that you do have an option to go to planning and ask for a bylaw exemption? Are you aware of that option?
Yes, we've actually explored that avenue, but it's cost prohibitive. I mean, I honestly don't believe that we asked, I know you have a look on your face of disbelief, but I think the initial cost for the initial application is about $3,500. So that's just to file the application. And then to go beyond that, you have to have an independent architect come in to do the whole MDS setback. So you're looking at thousands of dollars right there again. So for the average individual, I mean, I think we're looking at probably $8,000 to $10,000 off the bat, and then we can come here and then it can just get turned down after spending all that money.
And it applies to us alone.
And that would, yes, yeah, we would just want to make the point that if we did do that, it would mean that we would just get the exemption. Nobody else, like-minded people like ourselves who want to keep a few chickens to feed our own family, would not benefit from that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So a question on the survey you want to do. We go out, we do this survey, the survey comes back, people are opposed to this. You're good with that? You'll take the survey as the final answer?
I am no longer willing to say that.
I'm sorry?
I'm not necessarily willing to say that at this point.
So then...
I'm not, sorry, if I may, through you, sir, to Councillor. I don't want to prejudge the results. Let's put
I
it
understand
that
that.
way.
Hypothetically, we do this survey, it comes back, nobody, I don't want to say nobody, but the majority does not want this. Are you okay with that?
Maybe.
Then my second question to follow up on that, if your answer is maybe and your first answer was probably not, why even do the survey?
Because I think we get a more complete picture of how people feel about this.
Thank you. You just answered my question right there. We get a complete picture of what people want, and people, if they say they don't want it, and you're saying you will not take that as an answer. You're kind of contradicting yourself there.
Well, no. May I please ask you a question? Am I allowed to have a debate in this context?
I'm trying to get an answer to a question.
To a point.
Here's the problem. Parliamentary procedure requires that a member address the chair with a question.
Okay.
He did not do that. He spoke to you directly, so I have no problem you speaking back directly.
Okay.
It's all on board.
I started with through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I guess my answer would be along the lines of where's the number that leads us to make a decision? For example, in a democratic context, you are, not you specifically, sir, but members of this council are elected to their positions. How many people need to vote for them to get that position? I know for a fact that people on this very council have as little as 20% of the votes cast from their ward, and yet they have the seat. Where's the number? So when the results come back saying 30% of people are in favor, is that enough? If your seat is contingent on, not yours personally, but if your seat is allowed to have 20% of the vote, is 30% of our survey results enough to make that valid? That's why I'm unwilling to prejudge the answer until I know what the survey says.
Okay. And for clarification, Mr. Mayor, I did start with through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Simons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. Will this survey be going out to the total county of Brant, including all urban centers and everyone involved?
Through you, Chairman, to the councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The point would be to do it ward by ward. The draft survey says which ward do you live in, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
I see that.
And I think that would be important to know the difference.
Of course. Thank you. Anyone else have a question? If not, your request is clear. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll rush on to item H. Ken Edgar of Edgar Mile Hill Subdivision, PS 309, County of Brant, conditions of final approval. Welcome. Who are you?
Pitch on Jay.
Good. Welcome.
Thank you. I think I am shown as part of the delegation. We're asking for a substitution of Mr. Phillips, the engineer, for Mr. Edgar, one of the applicants. So we are, Mr. Edgar wrote a letter asking to give consideration to a change of a draft plan final condition, which is in general terms requires that all of the facilities necessary for a subdivision be completed prior to there being registration of the plan, prior to there being building permits issued. The request has been changed after the letter was written by Mr. Edgar. It was relayed to us through senior staff that it would be preferable in their view that this be accomplished by way of an agreement to ensure that the stormwater conveyance, which is the issue here, was completed not prior to the H being lifted, not prior to building permits, but rather prior to occupancy. And that would be handled through an agreement. Even before there is to be an agreement. And there has been some discussion with the county solicitor. We know that we would have to have final engineering approval from your peer review and your engineering department. That's a given. Nothing goes without that. You need final GRCA approval. Mr. Cunningham asked for an estimate of how long it would take to see, well, does this take 18 months? You know, so that people are going to be knocking down the doors saying, well, why can't we get an occupancy permit? So he asked for that information. I'm advised that it is 8 weeks. So even if that's inaccurate in construction terms, and it's double that, it still fits into going forward to being completed by spring and being completed before homes are completed. They will need to know the cost, because there is going to have to be a letter of credit provided to the municipality which says if the developer doesn't build this storm outlet, here's the money so that it can be done. And it will be substantial. We are making this request in order that construction of the outlet can go in a parallel path with the construction of the balance of the services in the Mile Hill subdivision, and in order that registration can take place of the agreement, the subdivision agreement that is, and in order that building permits can be issued to try to place some form of catch-up to purchasers, that being builders and ultimate users, expectations. So we're not asking that you approve this in principle or any way, shape, or form this evening. What we are asking for is that you refer the matter to staff for a report to be brought back hopefully in the near term, which I'm advised would be October 17, to the CDC. So we're looking for an authorization for staff to investigate the matter further, and that's simply all we're asking for this evening. We are aware, by the way, sorry, there's one more thing before I forget. There is a letter from Ms. Gurney in your package saying that she wants to be consulted on the final design, and we can assure the county and Ms. Gurney that that will indeed take place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter, and I'll turn this on here. Through you to the presenter, Mr. Hitchon, in following this all through the process and speaking to some of the parties involved, are all the parties up to speed on what's going on right now and where the phase is right now? Because I've spoken to one of the parties who is not, I believe, up to speed on what step we're on, because apparently there's 11 changes or 11 different steps that have been done, and the person involved in this who owns 61% of the property has only been made aware of 1 or 2 steps in the process. And it concerns me that all parties haven't been coming together to discuss this and getting this to the final outcome.
Well, the steps you refer to, or the process, has been that there are engineering submissions, and then they are peer reviewed, and then there are resubmissions, and yes, there's been 11 of them with respect to the outlet, but we've left it in the hands of the engineers for the benefit of all parties to work out a solution. There will be, once a final design is arrived at, and that is a design that comes from the applicant and goes through your peer review, and which peer review is paid for by the applicant.
I really want to see this get completed as soon as possible. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page as we move forward with this. That's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you of the applicant. I appreciate your clarifications, Jay, because when I had read the letter earlier in our package, it sounded like we were being requested to allow building permits to go forward before that drain was built. And I have some real heavy-duty problems with that. Having said that, I do have some real big trust issues in this case, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the property that, without having engineering approved and without having any permission from the county, has put a whole lot of infrastructure into the ground already. And all of that without any approvals being made. And so, while I would also like to see this happen on a timely basis as possible, I really have some issues that if we come up with a servicing agreement of some sort with your client, what assurances do we have that after what we've seen happen on this property already, that a servicing agreement will be followed at all by your client? Because none of that has happened yet so far, and I don't see it, that I can trust this person. I don't know what Mr. Edgar looks like, I haven't met him, but I would like to know what assurances we can have that it'll actually be done properly at this point, because it sure doesn't sound like it's been done that way so far.
I can't speak to the past actions of what led that decision to go forward, but I can say to you, you don't have security now. You will have security under the agreement in the form of a letter of credit that will be in excess of $500,000.
So if I could then, I would just respond to that, if this doesn't go forward, there's going to be a really big mess there, and it'll probably fall on us to clean it up. And I would like to see probably a little bit more than $500,000 to correct whatever problems may arise if this doesn't go forward, as your client is obviously really hoping that it will.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would certainly be part of the report, that we would anticipate that would be taken into consideration. And if that is what staff is prepared to recommend, that it be greater. The number will be what is finally agreed upon for the cost of construction contingencies and all those matters. And if there is a further amount that has to be placed on that, then that would be given consideration to enable them to move forward and get it completed.
And if I would be allowed to ask one more question.
Yes, sir.
If you could somehow talk to your client, because I've heard from constituents that the rumor has gone out that somehow this council is responsible for the delays in what's happening on that property, and that's coming from your client, or it seems to be. And again, that's all hearsay, but if he could make every effort to publicly say that none of those issues have come from this council, that's all internal to the owner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure that is entirely possible. My recollection is at one point in time, Mr. Ken Edgar did take responsibility for the delays in the newspaper, and publicly stated that it was a result of, the words were rookie mistakes.
Correct.
Which isn't satisfactory, but that's in the past. We want to move forward and get these homes built, the people in them, and the county's needs met.
Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Jay. Just a question about the practicality of it. That stormwater management pond that's in the corner, where it blew out about 6 weeks ago and made a mess of Mile Hill, is the intent, I'm guessing, to get the drainage outlet tied up to that?
I'll let Mr. Phillips answer. I think I know the answer, but Mr. Phillips is the one who should answer that.
Yes, presently, the outlet for that existing pond is I'm going to say a natural swale. This is a more formalized outlet for that pond.
Okay, because I see in the forecast we got 3 days of rain coming, so I'm just wondering how it's going to hold up without that. So, okay, thank you.
Councilor Holman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Are you prepared to delay this or defer this for a little while longer if the GRCA hasn't got their final comments in by the 17th of October?
I think it would be made a condition, rather than delay the whole process, that there has to be final GRCA sign-off. That would be my suggestion at this point in time if I were coming back to you in October.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will
Thank
be
you, councillors.
discussing the matter. Next is Henry Stoll, request for pre-servicing agreement. Welcome, please proceed when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Henry Stolp. I'm a principal of Riverview Highlands, Paris, and my partner Gary Norris is here as well this evening. I just want to talk about the pre-servicing agreement, which was presented to this council at the meeting of August 23rd, and discuss some of those things just going forward. Let's hope this works. The property we're talking about is a property right here, Riverview Highlands. The Edgar subdivision or Mile Hill development is adjacent to us in this location. Power Line Road is here. The Brant County Sports Complex is to the south. Our subdivision is just a different scale. Rest Acres is Rest Acres is here. Townhouse blocks that Lausanne have presented to council are right off of Rest Acres. The balance of the land is to the east of it. And if you take a look at the sold lots, Lausanne have sold lots in the subdivision. We are retaining for Pinevest Homes 5 lots in this location, as well as a plan of subdivision adjacent to Jim Young's property. I just put this slide up just of interest because of the proximity to the Grand River as much as anything else. From a servicing perspective, we've talked about it earlier. This is our subdivision to the north. The Edgar subdivision or Mile Hill subdivision is to the south of us. All of these roads are paved with services in, and their first phase includes all of these lands. So that's where that subdivision is. With respect to our engineering submission, we received Ministry of Environment approval in April of this year. We had a red line review from the county staff and the peer reviewers in July. There were basically 3 things which were asked of us to do. One was have an updated traffic report. Second was coordinate with Lausanne where the townhouse blocks are coming into one of our streets in terms of how that servicing would be. And the third was to remove a specific item, which I don't know exactly, with respect to requests from Alex Davidson. We submitted our engineering drawings, a 5th engineering submission on September the 8th, and October the 4th, in the discussion with Don Cunningham yesterday, he expects to have a draft peer review comments available to the engineering department, which would be then the final comments. And our contractor, Terracon, we went for contracts, and Terracon is prepared to start the middle of October. So the pre-servicing requirements are to have an approved engineering drawings, the payment of application fees, which are $3,000, the security, it was asked by Councillor Gatward at the last meeting, the security is actually 15% plus, it's 10% plus 15% of contingencies. Will require an insurance certificate of $5 million and a letter of indemnification. So to be clear, with respect to building permits for our land, we require the following. Mile Hill has to be registered. The Edgar property needs to be registered in order for us to be registered. We can't connect to them until that property is registered. We would then register our plan of subdivision. We would have service lots. We would then have to get the first interim completion certificate through the county development staff in order for us then to get building permits. So pre-servicing certainly does not grant registration. For us, it's a timing issue, and it's something that Mark Pomponi referred to in his report at the last meeting. It's a tool to enhance project management, timeliness of construction works for developers, and allows servicing and final approvals to proceed in a parallel manner to, and one in concert with the other. So at the last council meeting of August 23rd, council recommendations, I'm not sure if I have the exact recommendations, but I think it's something like this. That council approve a policy to allow pre-servicing agreements to be entered into subject to staff presenting an acceptable pre-servicing agreement and financial securities in a form and satisfaction to the county, including indemnification clauses and pre-servicing. It says 10%, but we've discussed that its requirement is actually 10% plus 15%, which is 25%. And that a condition of approval be included in future draft plan approved conditions of other subdivisions to consider pre-servicing. So that's what council approved on August 23rd. The drafted pre-servicing agreement, which was presented at that time, has been approved by staff and by the county solicitor. It was recommended by Mr. Pomponi that we cannot enter into the pre-servicing agreement until final engineering drawings are done, which we consider. So we request that the council of the Corporation of County of Brant approve a policy to allow pre-servicing agreement for Riverview Highlands Paris, phases 1 and 2 of PS 209, and authorize the mayor and council and the mayor clerk to execute this pre-servicing agreement at a special council meeting to be called upon receipt of final approval engineering drawings. So what we're looking to do is possibly be at the tail end of an agenda, which would be possibly on October 17th for CDC. So we would get ahead of the construction timing at this time of year. So we're asking as council to consider the last request.
Thank you. Completed. Questions? Any questions? Councillor Chambers.
Just so I understand what you're asking for, it's a timing issue. You want to elevate the timing issue for whatever reasons. It's not the ability to go into the agreement, it's a timing issue. Is that correct?
It's a time issue only, and it's also, as far as from what we understand with staff, the pre-servicing agreement that's been presented to this last council, both county solicitor and staff are happy with. And our concern is that it'll still take us some time to register a plan of subdivision, but when we do, we will have a property which is serviced as opposed to having to wait for the registration process. So if we can get the property serviced this fall and early winter, that would be ideal for us. So in the springtime, it'll probably take, I would say, I'd estimate it earlier, but I don't think it will be. It'll be sometime this spring before we can pull the building permit, realistically.
Anyone else? Councillor Cardy.
Through you to Mr. Stope. Mr. Stope, does your property rely on and you might have answered this and I apologize, does your property rely on the wastewater or the stormwater management system as well?
Absolutely, yep. If you take a look at the plan that was before you, and it's part of my comments.
Right.
We can't, number one is we cannot register our plan. It's the first draft plan condition. We can't register our plan until Mile Hill is registered. So Mile Hill has already serviced the lands, and we've cost share in that process. So they have got servicing right up to our property, but our plan cannot be registered until that plan is registered.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
And we'll move along to Dr. Ella Haley, invitation to grow the Greenbelt canoe trip and requests for public meeting County of Brant submission to growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. As you know, the County of Brant has been designated as part of the Greater Golden Horseshoe. I don't know where the gold lies, but that's the terminology. Welcome, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I wanted to give you an invitation from Jamie Kent, Grand Experiences, and Langford Conservancy and Sustainable Brant to go canoeing with us. If you can't canoe, this is a special invitation to council, and we're also inviting representatives from different citizen groups to be in the canoes. And if you don't canoe, Jamie said that's fine. He has experienced paddlers. And so I think he said that Councillor Simons had already been in his canoe. Yeah, and so you maybe can share that experience with council, but it's perfectly safe. If you can't canoe, he said he has skilled paddlers. So we're holding it, we hope to hold it this Sunday, but it's going to rain, so we've moved it to Sunday, October 16th, and you can meet at Beach Road. I sent an invitation to Heather, so she has a copy for you, and I can give you another copy now, Heather, if you want. Okay. I just wanted to speak, I wanted to speak about the growth plan, and I still have concerns about how fair the consultation process is. I attended the Development Liaison Committee meeting. I have some minutes from that meeting. I was the only member of the public who attended it, and it was a really nice, pleasant atmosphere. It was basically Mayor Eddy, Paul Emerson, I believe Michael Bradley, Rob Trotter, I think there was one or two other staff there, and key developers from Brookfield, Walton, Henry Stolp was there, a developer from Mount Pleasant, the head of Home Builders, and it was really pleasant. They sat around the council chamber here, and they basically said what they wanted in this report that was going to go to council. So I just wanted to pull up a few key points. I see this notice that's in the package. I know that it's posted on the council website or the county website about that the public could have input into the growth plan. But basically, I know as a professor, if I sort of add this at the end of an assignment and say, you can just go and look at it, and if you have concerns, come back to me. I know that half of my students, 3/4 of them won't read it. So what I've been asking for is a public meeting. I thought that it was a wonderful opportunity for the developers. I stood up, I had permission to speak in that session for a minute or two, and I said, wouldn't it be amazing if we had the same arrangement for St. George Citizens Group, CCOB, Concerned Citizens of Brant, Sustainable Brant, Tula Heights, Phelps Road, and other ratepayer groups to meet in a chamber with Mayor Eddy and with top staff to discuss the report and tweak it. So I just wanted to pull up a few lines that I pulled from sitting in that meeting. Just go back for a moment here. Sorry. And I'm still calling for a public meeting on this, and I basically wanted to say that if you won't hold it, then we will. We'll invite you, and we'll have chairs there for you, and we hope that you do show up. Basically, when I look at it, what you've got is the developers sort of have an advanced view on the report that's coming forward. They get to tweak it. They get to say what they want in it. So in the report, they're saying, look, give council definite numbers. Tell them we want reduced intensification. Give them numbers. And so you do see, when the report comes forward, what I saw was a draft. When it comes forward to council, there's the numbers right there. They're right there saying, we want reduced intensification, reduced density. These are the numbers we want. And so the developers got to speak, and staff listened, and it came forward to council. And I saw when it came forward to you, it was 10 o'clock at night. You had a big, thick council package that night. It was corporate development. It's 10 o'clock at night, and you've got a big, thick package. But it means that you really didn't get to hear from the public, and the public didn't get the same amount of time that the developers got. So I'll just go through a few points here. Okay. So this is the discussion that's taking place with the developers. They're asking for, to ask for this reduction in numbers, and they're asking them to revise the report. We've got a really nice report there with staff. Staff are saying to developers, did we get it right? Is this what you want? Well, the public doesn't get the same thing. So I'm just asking for the public to be treated the same way. I think it's lovely how you're treating the developers. Treat us the same way. Okay. Rob Trotter says to the developers, we can bolster our presentation to council. And then Home Builders rep speaks up. We don't want the request to appear like it's coming from industry. They want it to be a staff report. We want a stronger voice from council, that council is opposed to the higher numbers. Make a request. This is the developer speaking in the meeting. Make a request for different growth numbers. My main concern with staff report is that it doesn't provide it doesn't provide the exact numbers. And then the head of Home Builders says, the province, industry, and the public are partners. It's all in our best interest.
We don't have any other documentation other than on the part of the presenter
Yes.
of this hearsay. And so I hesitate to allow her to continue to put words in people's mouths without more evidence of that. We don't have a recording, we don't have video, and I don't feel it's right that Ms. Haley gets to present her version of what other people said.
Dr.
in this
Haley,
council
please.
chambers.
And I'm used to taking transcription all the time. This is how I do my research.
Again, I wouldn't like that if someone did that to me. I don't feel like having that being done to our staff, who I have great respect for, or other people in this room that I have respect for. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the minutes of that meeting with expressions?
We do, and I read the minutes, and I spoke, and I'm not even in the minutes, so it's interesting, my position in there, and Paul Emerson saying, well, come before council and ask for council to appoint a committee of citizen groups to have similar treatment. It's not in the minutes.
Do we have copy of minutes of that meeting with, I don't expect that we will have individual statements by people listed necessarily. It's not a court proceeding, so not everything is recorded. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the minutes from that meeting went to the Corporate Development Committee on September, 12th, I think.
So those could be circulated to the council, probably have been, but with them could be Dr. Haley's comments in a report, if she wished them circulated as well, so they could be read at the same time by...
I guess my concern, though, is that we're running out of time. You, Mayor Eddy, supported a public meeting, so too did Paul Emerson.
Yes.
There was that notice, but very few people would know what was going on or what was in the report. They didn't have the same treatment as the developers. So I'm asking one more time if we can have a public meeting, an open meeting, not poster boards, a public meeting where you have that dialogue with the public on the position that's going forward on the growth plan.
Correct. And we will present that request to council following your presentation here. It will be dealt with, the request. And you have stated that if we won't have one, but you would have one and invite us.
Okay.
Is that correct? But you'd rather we arrange it?
May I continue?
Pardon?
May I continue my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Rob Mellick saying, I can work with Brad, the planner, to pull the numbers together.
Because a member of council has made a statement and does not agree with the presentation that you're making, comments on everybody else's comments at the meeting, because we do not have those before us, I think it would be better procedure to have you forward them to us as your report on the meeting, and we would circulate it.
Okay, so my concern is, or my request, can we tape these meetings? That would make it fair. Can we tape Development Liaison Committee meetings?
Yes.
Yes?
So what you're asking is a similar meeting at which the members of the public would be able to hear what was passed, approved by the...
I have two requests, yeah.
Council.
Yes.
And be able to comment on that.
Yes.
Yes.
A public meeting with where the public have the chance to have dialogue, ask questions, where they have a similar treatment to what the developers had.
We have that recorded, that we'll deal with that request.
Okay. And the second request that I had was, can we tape the Development Liaison Committee meetings?
Can you which?
Tape.
Tape it. I guess that should be up to the committee, perhaps. I don't know whether council should deal with that or not. We'll take that as your request about it as well.
Okay.
Record that way. Two requests.
Okay. And so my question then to council, to you, through the mayor, is why is it so lopsided? Why is it that these meetings are with developers but not with the public? Why is that?
Council or a committee has reviewed that matter and reviewed the establishment of the committee that was done as a liaison between developers and planning staff, because there were many differences of opinions, and it was done as a matter to expedite applications and to give the developers an opportunity not only to present their views, but to hear staff's views on their views in order to negotiate, I guess you would say, and work out what then should be listed as the rule regarding individual items.
Okay, so in due process, I'm asking, and you appear to support it, Mayor Eddy, and so too did Paul Emerson, that there be a committee established of citizen groups, Sustainable Brant, CCOB, Tula Heights, Phelps Road citizens.
The senator is not presenting to council. She's having a one-way conversation with you, sir.
No, through the mayor. I'm asking through the mayor.
Not presenting to us.
Oh, then I'll continue to present. I have my presentation ready. Okay, okay.
Yeah, list whatever you are requesting, and we will deal with that as individual items.
Okay.
You can send those in if you're not in a position to present them tonight. I'm sure they'll be considered.
Okay. I have one other question on process, because this report did go to Corporate Development Committee. It was chaired by Councillor Cardy. And at the meeting, the home builders were not registered to speak. The report came again at 10 o'clock at night. And then the head of home builders stood up and spoke to the report. So I put up my hand and I asked if I could. Councillor Cardy at the time was chair and said, this is not due process, you're not signed up to speak. But home builders wasn't signed up to speak, and they got to speak to the report that they helped to craft. So I'm looking at how the public are treated. That's just a real concern to me, that it's lopsided.
You raised your hand and requested to be heard, and you weren't heard.
Councillor Cardy asked, he said, what does the committee say? Yes. And he didn't ask the committee about the home builders. He just let home builders come up and speak. So it wasn't due process for the public.
We will review that matter.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes your presentation. Are there any questions of the Councillor Powell, please.
There we go. Question to Dr.
Yes, sir.
Haley. For information, just on the canoe trip part,
Yes.
where are you launching from?
Okay, we're
And
launching.
where are you going? And at what time? And how many canoers are involved?
Okay, we expect about 40 canoeists. And so, thank you for your question. We're launching from Beach Road in Brantford, and we're doing the Oxbow, and then we get out at Newport Bridge. And maybe Councillor Coleman will feed us. I don't know, we'll be near his farm. But it's a 2.5-hour boat ride.
Oh, really?
So, and it's very kind of Jamie. We did one other Grow the Greenbelt canoe trip with Rare. It's a land trust in Cambridge. And Jamie was very generous with his canoes. It was a real hit. We're also thinking of a bike canoe where you bike and then canoe. So, but yeah, Heather has all of the details. I did send it to Heather in an email today. I will send you private invitations again. We just wanted to give you a heads up.
Councillor Simons, please.
Chair, will there be tubing also, or is it only canoeing?
Only canoeing. Yeah. So there'll be a big, does he call it a warrior or dragon boat canoe or something? It's a big canoe that you can sit in, or if you have canoe skills, then he'll bring extra canoes for you to be in your own with someone. Okay? So.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Haley. Ella, the public meeting that you're requesting on the Greenbelt, do you see it as what we did a year or so ago at the fairgrounds in Paris? Or do you see it more as invite the groups that you mentioned in kind of sitting around here and open to the public? Like, what kind of format do you see?
I think in all fairness, we need to include the public. We talked about it a month ago. The Development Liaison Committee met about a month ago, and Rob Trotter was worried about time, that there wasn't enough time, but we could have planned it then. I think that we need to at least leave it open to the public so that anybody would be welcome. Yeah.
If I could just follow up,
Yes,
like
please.
I say, do you see it, would we book the Paris Fairgrounds like before, or do you think a
I
venue
think,
like this was?
I think a place like this would be fine, or Mount Pleasant Community Hall, or,
Yeah, we have some venue.
yeah.
Have some venue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be as big as Paris Fairgrounds.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. Those items are noted. And that completes the list of delegations, as far as I know. Any others?
Nope.
No. So we'll move on. Can we go back to delegation A, requiring no action, B, requiring no action, except appreciation for the transfer of funds from a previous fundraising group. We will thank them.
Mayor Eddy.
Yes.
The pipe band does have a 2016 grant application that's attached to their presentation, so I don't know if we want to deal with that tonight or we want to
Did they
refer it
speak
somewhere.
to it?
He spoke to the fact that he had submitted a grant application they want dealt with this budget
They
year.
would like dealt with.
They would like dealt with.
That was nice language. Yes, all right. So we're dealing with B part of the presentation requiring no action. What does require the request to?
It's a request for $7,500 for the Port Dover pipe band, and the details are included in your agenda package as to what they're using it for.
Councillor Wheat, please.
Move to deny the 2016 request.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
Move to deny 2016 budget request. That was previously dealt with.
Thank you, it was. Yeah. Councillor Wheat has presented a resolution. Is there a seconder for the resolution? If not, it is not a resolution. Councillor Baumann. Oh, are you seconding it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Chambers.
Just by way of clarification, has that request not already been dealt with and denied? If it has, why are we doing it again?
Actually, it has, but we'd have to have a resolution to reconsider it. Is that correct? So the resolution stands unless there's a motion to reconsider the motion, and yours isn't to reconsider it at all, it's actually reinforcing. Yes, okay. We'll accept that then as already being in place.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor. In order to consider the same thing a second time,
Yes.
a motion to reconsider must be in order. So I would respectfully submit that that resolution is out of order unless there is a motion to reconsider. So I don't think we have to deal with it until there's a motion to reconsider. That's my opinion on the procedure.
I will agree with that completely. So we will, and the clerk is pleased with that.
Yes.
So we'll move on to public hearing. That is before us later tonight, if we get there, and maybe we won't. D is the 2015 financial statement. Councillor Carty.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move to accept and receive.
Received. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Powell. Discussion, any question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Which takes us on to E, County of Brant Public Library Board regarding St. George Library. How would you like to handle this?
Received as information.
Received this information. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Chambers?
As a friendly amendment, and that it be forwarded to planning staff for consideration in future developments.
You want to refer it to the
Planning staff for future considerations.
Yes, because it has to do
Future
with
development
finding a
considerations.
site. Is that correct? So that's a different motion. We need a seconder for. Will you do that?
Because that's what we discussed.
Yes.
With the presenter.
It's got to be
Planning needed to be aware
of the need.
not forget library.
The need.
You don't forget commercial or industrial development.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? If not, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Douglas Stewart, Stantec, and J. Hitchon, etc. C, Planning Advisory Minutes. We deal with this when we get to the planning report. Are we agreed to that? Thank you. The chicken question, Dr. Duncan Lewis, etc. Livestock in rural residential areas, more than chickens. Councillor Miller.
I move to receive.
Receive. Councillor Bauma.
Second.
Do you second that? Discussion. Councillor Gatward, please.
Yeah, the request. Sorry. The request from Dr. Lucas is in the presentation, and that refers to recommendation number 2 on the CDC report. So I believe we should refer their request to recommendation number 2.
We have a motion. I'm sorry, we have a motion. Your motion's, can't accept your motion as motion on the floor, or on the table, or wherever you'd like to put it.
I guess it can still be, their request can still be, even though we're receiving it, can still be discussed under recommendation 2, correct? Yeah. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Everyone knows what it is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next is H, Edgar, Mile Hill subdivision request. Communication 11 pertaining to this matter. Councillor Carty?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a recommendation that council refer this matter to staff and legal and report back to CDC on October 17th. As per staff report.
Thank you. Councillor Simons? You seconded. Now, does that fit in with what we're talking about here? Or do
Yes.
we have it on the agenda to be dealt with later?
No,
Let's
at this
see.
point, they have asked for a staff report on it, and we can refer that correspondence under 11 to that staff report as well.
Councillor Balmer?
If I could just ask our planning staff to make a comment on that. He had his hand up. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Question to comment?
Thank you, Mayor Eddy. To committee, through the beauty of technology, I checked in with our manager of engineering, Mr. Cunningham, and he indicated that the engineering drawings have not been approved yet, so to get it back to October 17th might be problematic. I might suggest that council decide to get it back to the first available meeting upon approval of the engineering drawings.
Thank you. Councillor Cardy?
I would agree to that change in the motion, for sure.
And the changes.
The earliest.
Did everyone hear the change? Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, I don't know if you want this under as a friendly amendment or not, but Mr. Hitcham stated 4 things, and I would like to see a fifth, that all parties agree to this before it comes back. Because I think that's important, that everybody that's a player in this situation needs to be agreeable, especially since there's a letter here from Mrs. Gurney that is not mentioned really much in the report. I think that, and since the drain does go through Mrs. Gurney's property, I would like to see that Mrs. Gurney is in agreement that this is going to forward. Because since this was originally put forward a number of years ago, a lot of things have changed. So I don't know if that's a friendly amendment or not, Mr. Mayor, but I do believe that all parties should be agreeable to this.
Speaking to the issue?
Yes, sir, I would accept that as a friendly amendment if the seconder does. Thank you. If it's okay with his worship.
Yes. So everyone is clear on the motion with the friendly amendment, correct? Anyone wish to speak to it? No one? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Henry Stolp, resurfacing agreement. Is that on our agenda in another place? No. Councillor Chambers?
Mr. Mayor, in the presentation, Mr. Stolp had somewhat of a resolution presented. I will move that, recognizing that it's more of a timing facilitation than anything else. So whatever that was up there, I'll move it. I can't remember what it was, but it was the request.
You're seconding it, Councillor Coleman? If you could read it.
Essentially, Mr. Mayor, it was asking for facilitation in terms of time. There may be a requirement that a special meeting be called at the tail end or beginning of a meeting that may precede that. That, I think, is the essence of the request.
Council willing to accept that, realizing that the motion will be found and detailed. And, oh, you have it? Do you? Thank you, please.
My apologies to council. I thought the previous item was the Stolp application. This is the item that we do not have approved engineering drawings on. My apologies. The Henry Stolp request for a special council meeting after the October 17th CDC, I believe it was. Yeah, we don't have approved engineering drawings. My apologies. I thought we were dealing with this one previously, so we may have to revisit H. But
It doesn't actually say.
I believe the resolution that he had up on the board did not have a specific date.
I have it now.
The clerk will read it.
Okay.
If you wish.
That the council of the Corporation of the County of Brant approve a policy to allow pre-servicing agreement for Riverview Highlands Paris Holdings Limited specific to 1039 Rust Acres Road and Phase 1, PS 209 and Phase 2, and a bylaw authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute this pre-servicing agreement at a special council meeting to be called upon receipt of final approved engineering drawings.
That's it, that's what you would, that's moved and seconded. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, just a question through, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Trotter. Is it correct, though, that the engineering drawings have gone through 5 revisions, and are we not fairly close on those?
You're referring back now to the drainage situation.
Mr. Cunningham says, no, we don't have final approval on the engineering, but my understanding is we're close. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mayor Eddy, all I can indicate is that Mr. Cunningham indicated that it'll be likely November before we have those approvals in place. Yeah.
Anyone else? Councillor Chambers?
And recognizing the resolution does not have a specific date, and recognize the intent of the motion was to facilitate a timeline, I would encourage, I guess, that a November timeframe may be a little bit awkward. So if indeed the background information can be achieved prior to that at the earliest possible moment to facilitate the construction, et cetera, would be in order, I would believe. But that's outside of the resolution.
Right. Yes, sir. It's important to move along. Agreed? Any comment? None? Dr. Ella Haley.
Oh, we need to vote.
Pardon? Did we not vote? Well, why, let's vote then. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because you'd be calling me in the middle of the night that we got to come back to session. Councillor Miller.
I was going to make a motion on Jay that
yes,
that we hold a public meeting to gather public input on the County of Brant submission to the growth plan.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Thank you. Councillor Baumann.
I'll second it to get it on the floor, and then I'd like to speak to that.
Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Chambers.
Speaking to the motion with respect to 2 other recommendations that are on the agenda that conflict with that particular resolution, in that, and it's an awkward situation where the planning committee has a recommendation that is going to come before us, and the corporate development committee has a recommendation that sequentially comes after the planning committee report, but relies on an action that would precede the planning committee report. So now you have 3 resolutions that may be sequentially and time-wise contradicting each other. So I'm not sure whether you want to deal with the planning committee report or the corporate development committee report or Councilor Miller's resolution, which I believe is on the table. So you're going to get into a confusing situation with regard to the other recommendations, just by way of information.
Okay. Councilor Weed.
Speaking to Councilor Miller's motion and the seconder, Councilor Baumann, the presenter indicated that she would hold the meeting.
But we would need to be there. We
Well,
would
she would
still,
be
it would serve the same purpose.
So I don't feel that we need to hold the meeting. If she wants to hold the meeting, let her hold the meeting.
Well, I don't think the terminology she wants to hold it. She would hold it if we don't.
Right. She indicated that she would hold the meeting, so I'm going to support that.
No, but there's a problem because we heard one side and didn't hear the other. And to the public, that looks, well, as it is, one-sided. So why not hear them, whoever wants to say something, and send it in, so the government will have the advantage of hearing anyone who wishes to be heard. That's what it's all about. Councillor Bauma, you with me? Thank you.
No, because
I didn't think so.
as you know, Your Worship, the province has sought input from all stakeholders already, and so have we. And we have come up with this. And again, we were going to base our decision on having a public meeting based on the feedback that we received since I think the CDC meeting. And to my knowledge, we were going to base our need for a public meeting based on how much feedback we got. And as of right now, we've only had feedback from one person, and I hesitate to encourage this council to hold a public meeting based on the opinions and comments of only one person. And so if that's all the feedback that we've got for our request for the importance of having a public meeting, then I cannot condone the expense and time and effort of having a public meeting just so that one person can speak again. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment on listening to this. It was suggested, I believe it was by Councillor Miller, do we rent the fairgrounds like we did with the last type of meeting we had with this? And Dr. Haley said, no, I think this will be sufficient enough, which kind of gets me thinking that potentially she's thinking there's not going to be very many people out to this. And to Councillor Booma's point there, we haven't heard from anybody on this. So do we hold this public meeting and one person shows up?
Well, I don't think, we haven't heard from anybody. Did we contact anyone to invite them to be heard? Was there a circulation of any kind?
The notice was sent through a media release. It was sent out as on our social media, on our website.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
As was the request.
That's what we need to know.
Yep.
Councillor Miller.
Mr. Mayor, we held a public hearing tonight under 4C for request for noise bylaw exemption, and we held it. Nobody showed up, but we held it.
Correct.
Because that's what we do. Sometimes you got to hold those meetings. I agree with Dr. Haley. Sometimes it appears that we listen to one side, and I think we really need to listen to everybody. So that's why I brought the motion forward, so vote as you please, I guess.
I'm sorry you lost me at the end. I don't know whether anybody heard you or not at the end of what you were saying. I didn't.
I just asked what the score of the game was at this point.
Oh, the score of what game? I won't allow that. There's no scores here. Anyway, thank you. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we not hold a public meeting before the next CDC meeting? Or during the CDC meeting as we do with other items?
Yes, we could, but it has to be agreed to do that.
Yes.
That it be an item on the agenda in case there is somebody that wishes to submit.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a separate meeting and a separate night.
Correct.
Thank you.
I appreciate that suggestion. Very good. So do you wish to do that? I see the chairman is nodding. Councillor Balma.
But we've already said that we will hold a public meeting based on interest. There is no interest. So why have a public meeting?
So it's there. It's in place. Thank you very much. Councillor Hardy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just put on the record here, in the Corporate Development Committee meeting report, under item number 1, it was specifically said that the County of Brant solicit public input into the county's Brant's comments proposed changes to the provincial growth plan of the Greater Golden Horseshoe. That the public be encouraged to submit comments to the County of Brant prior to the Thursday, September the 22nd, 2016, inclusion of September the 27th council agenda. And then, based on the submissions received, council consider whether to approve planning advisory committee recommendation of September 6th or defer for a later public meeting.
Who did? So we carried through on what we offered. Is that correct? That's the main event, it seems to me. So we did that, and nothing's came in, and we could look at whatever has come in, if something has come in. Councillor Balma said there is an item. So pick out something from that, would you? Councillor Chambers.
Just to add a little bit of peculiarity to that, what Councillor Carty just read, that actually is a recommendation that we haven't acted on.
That's correct.
It's peculiarly worded in that it's a recommendation to be acted on tonight that incorporates actions that are to be concluded by last Thursday. Logically, that is impossible. It's a confusing resolution, which just got more confusing. And to make it even more confusing, the last part of that is to consider holding a public meeting based on a recommendation, whether it passes or not, in the Planning Committee report, which we haven't dealt with yet.
Correct.
There's a time warp here somewhere that is
Should I take
confusing me
Should
and
we
confusing everybody else, all based on the fact that there are comments to be submitted to the ministry in the form of a staff report, and now we have 3 conflicting resolutions, and I'm almost ready for a break, Mr. Mayor, because I'm not sure which is going to come first, and what we do with one is going to impact the other, so I'll gladly let you figure that out, and hopefully we can act on something that was supposed to be acted on by last Thursday.
And there's a recommendation in the planning report dealing with this matter. Then the one that was just presented, could we have the mover and seconder withdraw that motion? Thank you. Seconder, or were you the seconder? I was the seconder. Who was the mover?
I was the
Would you withdraw your motion?
So,
Now
okay.
we're down to 2 conflicting motions.
Okay,
And
you
we'll
got,
deal with that in the plan.
please guide me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
What is the motion before it's in planning then? Sorry. Or maybe I can ask, or maybe, which, I'm right
Thank-
there. Which number is it, Mr. Chair of planning?
We can't discuss that now. We shall not discuss that right now. And thank you for your cooperation in withdrawing, and that takes us on to Brant County Council
It's 3.
minutes of August 23. Does somebody have a resolution regarding that?
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Coleman, that the Brant County Council minutes of August 23rd be approved.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. By the way, anyone was invited to comment if they wish. Consent items to be approved. Noise bylaw exemption. Yes, we dealt, oh yes, you've heard the detail. Nobody was here. Land ambulance action plan. There is a change recommended from that. Instead of on the first part of the ambulance report being endorsed, we request that it be received in the second part as printed. Councillor, yes, it's requested that that word be changed. Yes, please present it.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Miller, that consent items 7A, 1, 2, and 3 be moved as presented and read before us.
Does that include the
That concludes the change.
Comments by members of council who wishes to speak at length on these. Councillor Miller.
7A3, I don't wish it separated, I just want a question. And that's the blanket municipal support resolution.
Oh, yes.
For solar PV. In light of the announcement from the provincial government today about renewables, is this still necessary? And the second question is, since we're on the topic, are there anything in the pipeline from the county, from the municipality, that's jeopardized by that announcement today?
First question, the clerk will respond to.
The answer to the first question, this refers to a past round of applications, and they need us to renew our resolution to finish that off, so it is still needed.
It's another case of a provincial body exerting its power over a municipality, if you want to know. Councillor Cardy, please, second question.
Clarify, that doesn't have anything to do with the projects at our level. These are projects that are larger, into the megawatts.
Okay.
That are being mixed.
Any other speakers? Councillor Gatward.
Thank you. With respect to 7A2, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon?
7A2,
No, you're jumping ahead. I don't think we approved Councillor Coleman's motion. Did we vote?
we haven't voted yet. 7A1, 2, and 3 was in the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. What are you speaking to?
I'm speaking to the recommendation for number 2, which says, and we had an excellent report here earlier at 4 o'clock, but it says, from this report, be implemented or be included as decision packages in the 2017 draft budget as applicable. So are we going to implement the action plan, or are we referring it as a decision package to budget? There's an or in the recommendation.
First of all, we don't have an action plan, but that will come forward at the time of the budget. Is that correct, Mr. Bradley, or would you like to take me down a different trail? I can handle it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm conveying by the resolution, the action plan had a number of recommendations in it.
Yes, sir.
Some of them were adjustments to our current deployment pattern, and some of them were new resources. And so I suggested that they be either implemented or refer to the budget as applicable. So maybe to clarify that, there are a few items in the action plan, such as changing our deployment approach, doing modeling, like statistical modeling on a 2 or 3 year basis. These don't really have financial complications. They're management decisions. They're recommended by the consultant in the action plan. And we're suggesting they should be implemented. Conversely, some of those recommendations have budget requirements to fulfill them, and so I'm suggesting they should be referred to the budget process. Hopefully
And
that
as you know,
clarifies.
Councillor, any changes have to be approved by both councils, both Brantford and Brant County. So they should be in the budget to be dealt with. Satisfactory?
Well, I think the word or should be and.
Housekeeping change. No problem with that. Councillor Pierce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just the way that Mr. Bradley explained it there, it's definitely an or. So there's the part on there that we're approving.
Oh, the second part.
There's a part on there that we're approving, as he says, that has no financial
One or the other.
impact on it. Let's
Yes.
implement those. The ones that do have financial impact, go to budget. So
I
it's
agree.
implement or go to budget.
I think it's correct. Councillor Mr. Bradley, do you agree it's correct? Thank you.
I agree with that.
Is there a motion?
Yes, we just need to vote.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we're consent items to be received. And there are 1 to 8. Consent items to be received, circulation file. 19. Anyone have an item? Please present your motion.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman, that 7B and C consent items to be received. And I personally have a question under number 6, 7B6.
7B6 to be withdrawn, or just a question?
Just a question, I don't want to withdraw, no.
Would you like to ask that now?
I would, Mr. Mayor. And what it is, it's the OPP. They have some rate increases estimated for 2015, 2016,
Yes, isn't that
2017.
interesting?
And it's 1.5%, 2.64%, 2.54%. The Ontario Nurses Association of Ontario just concluded theirs. They did 1.5, 1.5, 1.5 for the last 3 years. And I'm just wondering, and Mr. Mayor, maybe you can help me out with this, who's advocating on behalf of Brant County? Who's advocating on behalf of all the municipalities that have OPP patrolling their territories?
Well, there is a policing group that, as a committee, as well, AMO looks at these things, but of course, there's only some of the municipalities in Ontario are policed by OPP. Many have their own police force. So there is a policing committee organized by municipalities who are policed by OPP. And I don't know how active they are right now. Plus the fact that the police service boards of Section 10s, which we are because we're policed by OPP, have a group that are actively involved in it.
As long as somebody's minding the chicken coop, thank you.
Well, it's another matter where the province does the, unfortunately, yes, on our behalf. Anyone else on any of these? Want to poll? There was one I had. John Riverview. Canada Post. No one? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just would like clarification on the license agreement with the aggregates. And I believe it is 7B3. Is that different than the levy?
What number is it you're talking about?
7B3?
B?
3.
Yes. 3.
We have received a check for 142, and I'm just wanting to know if is that different than the levy that they pay?
This is so many cents per ton.
So is that the levy?
Yes. This is in the Act, and we get it every year.
Have they concluded of increasing that levy, or they're still talking about it? Because it's been in the talks for several years, and we have never heard any more about it.
Well, you can use the word talking. I like to say yapping about it.
I
Yes.
just think it's important to us.
It's never been concluded.
It's never been concluded, and I just wanted to know.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good heavens, we're getting through pages here. Committee reports. Now we get into the action. The Bucket Center, Paris Old Town Hall Advisory Committee report.
I don't think anybody has it.
Your opinion, Mr. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powell, the Baca Center / Paris Old Town Hall Advisory Committee report of September 2, 2016 be approved, noting that there's 3 items.
Councillor Bauma, please.
Yes, I noted with interest, reading through the minutes, that Councillor Pierce's name is not yet on the attendance, and I was wondering if he was just missed or what was going on with that.
Mr. Chair,
You
may
know
I
the
ask
answer
Michael
to that.
Bradley to come to the table to explain the reason why that's not happening at this moment? Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Eddy, Council will recall we directed staff to amend the gifting agreement with the donor.
Yes.
I presented an amendment to the donor. We had a bit of back and forth. I would note that she's in her production season. She's in the entertainment industry. I actually spoke with her a couple of weeks ago finally, and after a little bit of back and forth, she has agreed to it. So I will have that amendment on the CDC agenda in October, which will then pave the way for Councillor Pierce's appointment. So.
Welcome.
So then, that begs the next question. If,
Councillor Bauma.
if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, we've been assured repeatedly that this building is ours, we are in control, we can do as see fit as council with this building, and yet we made a resolution a long time ago to add Councillor Pierce to this committee, and
Yes.
but then we are not in control if we have to wait for the approval of the gifter for even a simple addition to the, prove me wrong, please, someone. Thank you.
It was a momentary glitch. Councillor Chambers, did you wish to speak, please?
I can answer that question if you want, according to what I understand. The terms of the gifting agreement, which we signed as a legal document,
Yes. that's-
stipulated the composition of the committee. So we cannot arbitrarily
Simple?
junk our agreement that is a legal agreement. We would have to have concurrence to amend the legal agreement.
Correct.
That is different than doing things along the way that is not encumbered by a legal agreement such as the gifting agreement. And that is why we had to have permission because we are encumbered by the legal agreement. To get permission to have a public open house on the merits of the buckets, we can do that, but we can't break the terms of a legal agreement.
But then that still speaks to the difficulty that we have with the agreement, in that we cannot really make any decision about what we would like to do with the building without the approval of the donor. And I would just like to remind this council again that, we're standing in the middle of the trap, and we've already taken the cheese. And if something fundamentally changes that we can only see one way out, we still then have to wait for the donor's approval to make any decisions. And yet, all of the financial implications of holding this building are on this council and then thereby on our constituents. And we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Councillor Bloom, if I may, we have kept that in mind. We have a very strong committee that's working very hard to move this process forward. And on statements like we hear presently and repeatedly, it's not doing good justice for this committee. So I would suggest that if you do have forward questions, that you relate them to me or Councillor or Mr. Bradley or the mayor, or come to one of our committees and raise your concerns there, and you'll get the real glitch of what we're talking about from the committee.
Very good. How much money has been raised so far in the last year that we have owned this building? There's a question for you.
The question is, the answer to that is we have not raised any. We are having a fundraiser this weekend. I'm hoping, actually it's not a fundraiser, it's a committee that has invited council, all members, to participate, to hear our proposal for future fundraising and what it's going to involve. And if you would like to attend, we'll be meeting at 9:30 at the Silaps in the commemorative hall, and it will go till 3 o'clock with lunch provided. So if you'd like to attend, you're very welcome, and you'll get all your answers there.
Councillor Weed.
Yes, so recommendation number 2, I'm reading minutes in there.
Yes.
We have a bill of $6,600, $2,200 a day for 3 days. This workshop, that totals $6,600. Now tonight, we received a check in excess of $10,000. So I hope some of that $10,000 that we got tonight can go to pay this bill, and Mr. Hussey's going to be presenting.
Mr. Councillor Weed, if you were to read page 321 of the report, it states the committee expressed the desire to visually communicate to the public that the project is moving forward and discussed options. All agreed that the result of the conservation development concept as outlined in the gifting agreement would provide a priority plan for the restoration project and would be the best method in which to proceed.
I read that, I agree with it, but it's going to cost you $6,600.
And we do have money available that we are going to proceed with this.
Okay.
Was before,
If there's money available, how come you haven't been making the mortgage payment?
Because there wasn't available.
it wasn't available at that time, and I'm not standing here arguing. As I stated,
You don't have to argue, Councillor, just
No.
answer the questions.
there was no money available.
But there is now. Because you got a check tonight for $10,000.
For this project, there was money.
Working on the second one. Yes. Correct, correct. No, it's moving slower, much slower than it was anticipated. But the building's still standing. Councillor Chambers, please.
With regard to some of the comments that just occurred, it's my understanding, and I asked for clarification at the last council meeting, I believe, on the roles and responsibilities of the committee and the roles and the responsibilities of council as it relates to the Bucket Center project, I'll call it. And I believe we got clarification on that. It's my understanding that there are certain things that the committee can do independently, and there are certain things that they require the council approval to proceed with. So, commenting on what Councillor Bauma said, there are certain things within the gifting agreement, which is the legal agreement that we entered, that allows the committee to act independently, and there are things that they cannot act independently. They must have the blessing of council as an advisory committee seeking or presenting a recommendation to be approved by council. I'm still not just exactly sure what has to be approved and what doesn't have to be approved. My question is whether the fundraising, what Councillor Wheat alluded to with regard to the hiring of Hussey and Associates, or whatever they're called, and the funding that is required to pay them, does that have to have council approval, or is that something that can be arbitrarily done by the committee? It would be my assumption and my understanding that anything related to the expenditures of dollars would have to have the council blessing or a positive vote on the recommendation being presented. I don't see that happening, so I would like some clarification on that, and I still think that we have at least I'll say it myself, I have a poor understanding of what is allowed and what isn't in terms of oversight and in terms of acting independently. And that's not being critical of anything, it's being actually complimentary to the committee in terms of what they are in charge to do and what we have the responsibility to oversee. So again, as we go along, I think it's important that we understand the role of council as it relates to the role of the committee. And I still think there's problems associated with that, listening to the answers to the questions and listening to the questions being asked.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask Mr. Bradley if he would answer that question, please?
What is the question?
What Councillor Chambers just asked. He doesn't understand, he's not certain on the procedures of the committee as far as fundraising goes. Does council have to agree?
Well, I don't know that we're in a position to answer that question this evening, or whether
Well,
we
it's
should.
not on the, it's not on the
No, I know,
report,
but
it's been asked.
my point is maybe the committee should have the opportunity to discuss that matter and determine it and answer it, the committee, rather than Mr. Bradley. Having been involved something extremely similar.
I think Mr. Bradley has the answers, Mr. Mayor, if we may. And if he doesn't, then we'll take it to the committee.
Well, fine.
All right.
Fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, you're requested by the councillor to answer it. I'm not.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I think I can take a stab at this. So I'll go back to the one question, the gifting agreement. What does the donor have to approve? And there were 2 or 3 items in the gifting agreement.
That's not the question. It's not what the donor has to approve, it's what council has to approve, I think, is what we're asking.
Okay,
Maybe
I will.
They want to give the other, and maybe they want to know that too, but that's not really the question, I didn't think.
Okay, so then the second part is what responsibilities does the council have, and what responsibilities does the committee have? So I wrote a report, and it's on the CDC agenda. It's CD 16994, just clarifying whether that committee is an advisory committee or whether it's a management committee, things like that. And my suggestion is it is an advisory committee based on the gifting agreement. I think there's a critical piece to that gifting agreement that I'll just read. It's Schedule B, subsection 2. In fulfilling its duties, the donee, that would be the county in the gifting agreement, will have day-to-day operating control. And so I would suggest, lacking further review, I don't have the gifting agreement here, that the county does have control. It controls the funds that will be spent on the Bucket Center. The advisory committee will advise council on the spending of those funds. And so I would suggest that procedurally we have followed an appropriate course. The advisory committee has challenged staff to come forward with a fundraising plan. We've made a recommendation to the advisory committee to retain the outside services expertise, and then the advisory committee has recommended to council to approve that and undertake it and spend the funds. noting that there are funds still left over from the original donation for activities such as fundraising support and capital improvements to the facility, again, based on this approved approval chain that I just noted. Hopefully that helps, Your Worship.
And then, Mr. Mayor, if I may point out, number 3 is a fundraising effort that we are proceeding with, and it will bring a fair amount of dollars, I'm hoping. And everyone at this table and staff are encouraged to participate in this. And it will be held on December 28th at Cedarview Church. And it is a singing of Michael Castaldo, who was the tenor who sang at Lisa Delpy's funeral. And I encourage everyone to attend it. It's going to be marvelous. And it is a fundraiser for the Old Town Hall and on behalf of Lisa Delpy, in memory of Lisa. December 28th.
Councillor Chambers.
And with regard to recommendation number 2, and that's the recommendation with regard to Wayne Hussey Consulting Incorporated, I'm of the understanding that there are funds available within the account, I'll call it, to fund that proposal. And therefore, I support that recommendation. The question and suggestion that I have, and the recommendation that I will put forward, is that as funds are being expended and funds are being collected, and since the council is the overseer of the funds, we need to have an accounting regularly on the balance that is in the kitty, I'll call it, and the funds that are being expended and the funds that are being collected. We need to know that because it is our responsibility for financial oversight. And to have a recommendation that is tapping into the funds and expending those funds, and we, at least I don't even know how many funds are available, so we do need an accounting. So I support the recommendation, but I would respectfully request an ongoing accounting of the funds that are being expended and the funds that are being received be provided on a regular basis by the committee to the council.
If I may ask the question, Mr. Mayor, to the Mr. Chambers, Council Chambers, how often would you like to see this financial statement?
That's not a matter of what he likes. It's a matter of an accounting on a continuing basis.
I asked how long would it be?
I will not allow the question. The thing is, all of us should know the accounting. It's essential. And I want to tell you right now, if we're going to err, it's better to err on too much information, because if you start erring, not reporting, we don't need to report this, we don't need to report that, pretty soon you're in a jackpot because council doesn't know what's going on. And I don't want to be part of that organization.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't asking that. I was only asking Councillor Chambers how often he'd like to see the report.
But it's not up to him to ask when he wants it.
He requested it?
We're dealing with council, we report to council. Council should have a monthly recording.
Fine, great.
The same as economic development does.
Fine.
I'm sorry, I've got two hands up there.
This is ridiculous.
Very interesting discussion.
Yeah.
I was in a jackpot once on a situation like this. Councillor
In order to
Alma.
give the committee some level of freedom and the ability to make decisions on the fly, would it be better then to perhaps move that to a budget presentation where we get a budget from them, or would it be better to have a monthly accounting?
An accounting, a financial accounting, is an essential ingredient. The members themselves need to know as we go along monthly.
Thank you.
It's just a common occurrence. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that not common practice in
Yes,
any
sir.
project? So I
Well,
don't
it should
understand
be.
why we're even talking about
Yes,
this.
it should be.
That's common practice in any major project. Let's look back at the previous ones. We'll take the pool, we'll take the twin pad, all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
There was financial records going
Yes.
throughout the project. So I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I do.
We deal on a monthly basis. Councillor Wheat.
The best news I've had in 6 months.
Yes, you should have it.
We got $10,000 plus dollars.
Yes.
So
Well,
we've got-
I've been
they've
pushing
got-
this,
They've
sir.
got a bank account now. That's great. So I'm supporting all these things. They need to hire this chap, Hussey,
And get fundraising.
to get started on it.
Thank you.
I just noted that his cost for his 3-day workshop, $2,200
Well,
a day, totaling $6,600. That's fine, because you've got $10,000 plus dollars.
I know.
Let's go.
You're correct. Councillor Pierce.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just for clarification for Councillor Wheat, the $10,000 will not be used for this fundraising thing, as it was stated by Mr. Bradley. As part of the original gifting agreement, there is money in the original gifting agreement for these types of things. So let's be even happier than that, because we still have $10,000 in the account. Let's move on, please.
Let's move on. This is ridiculous.
Thank you very much. You will hear more. Where are we? The resolution on the report? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Planning Advisory Committee report.
Moved by myself and seconded by Member Lama. The Planning Advisory Committee report of its meeting on September 6th. We approved my report items. I also note as printed, there's an in-camera report at the back seeking approval of that as printed.
Boy, I tell you guys, I'll just use that.
What about the camera? Is that part of this?
That's just received as information, so that's.
Thank you, okay. Questions of the chair? Anyone? Councillor Chambers, please.
Mr. Mayor, this would be the opportunity to remove recommendation number 3, and that if someone wishes to defer this recommendation in order to hold a public meeting to receive comments not only on the provincial policies, but our suggested response to those policies. So I would ask that number 3 be voted on separately to allow for anyone that perhaps wishes to ask that it be deferred in order to have a public meeting to garner additional response.
Thank you. Planning Advisory Committee report, recommendations 1, 2, and 4. Anyone wish to comment? Councillor Gatwood. Which number?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 4,
Number 4.
the very first line.
Pardon?
The very first line of number 4. Does this mean that they'll be commenting on every planning application?
Do you wish Mr. Trotter to comment on this? Thank you. Well, you can.
Through you, Mayor, Eddy, to Councillor, no, it does not mean that they'll be commenting on every application. I would anticipate that we'll return to council with the terms of reference outlining what that Planning Advisory Committee will be doing, and then we'll bring that back to you for approval.
That completes your inquiry? Okay, anyone else wish to on the one, Councillor Chambers, please?
And not so much on the recommendations, but I do have a question with
Yes,
regard to the
Councillor.
report itself, so I can either ask that question after the recommendations or at the appropriate time.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that. You were talking about recommendations?
There's a resolution on the floor to approve recommendations 1, 2, and 4.
Yes.
I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that I have a question on the body of the report. So I'm indicating to you that after you call the question on 1, 2, and 3, I will have a question on the report itself.
I'm sorry, I thought we were dealing with recommendations 1, 2, and 4. We are? Can I, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 3, recommendation number 3. Yes?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, or through you to the chair, I'd like to move for deferral of number 3 until we get public input.
Oh, sorry. Who put that motion forward? You to put that forward?
That's a motion.
You want it?
Deferred. until such time as we get public input.
May I ask the reason for deferring it?
And because we should be getting public input on
Yes.
that recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Gatward seconds it. All in favor? Tony?
Oh, I was trying to, but they kind of put their hands down. If you could ask again.
In favor?
All in favor.
Opposed?
No, it can't be.
You can't be? We got
No,
too
it can't
many
be
votes.
5-5.
Oh, okay, can we do it over again?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion that was,
Okay, motion's carried then.
motion is carried. Now we're to the Planning Advisory Committee supplementary report. Pardon? Oh, Councillor Chair.
This is why I said what I said previously, that I have a question with regard to the report itself.
Correct.
And that involves the rather odd thing that I've never seen before, and that's the Planning Advisory Committee supplementary, which really isn't a report, but it stems from the actions that were carried out on the night of the committee meeting. And that's specifically with regard to the delegation, I forget the name of the homes, but Mr. Hitchon's presentation with Mr. Stewart. Are we going to deal with that under this Planning Advisory Committee supplementary, or is that part and parcel of the Planning Committee Advisory report?
I refer to the clerk for an explanation because she's authored this for a very good reason, I'm told.
So after the Planning Advisory Committee meeting, I had some discussions with Scott Oliver and Maureen Beatty from the ministry, and with Nancy, the lawyer, the planning lawyer who had brought up the matter in the first place.
Yeah.
It seems abundantly clear that under the Planning Act, it is council's decision is the one that stands. So looking back at what happened at planning, there was a motion to approve put on the table. That motion was defeated. Which leaving no recommendation to go on the planning report. I will be sending a report to planning outlining several ways we can deal with that, but not having any process to actually fix the lack of a recommendation, I prepared a supplementary outlining what there is left that council needs to deal with from that planning report. There's options to approve, deny, amend, or refer it back to planning. There's many options.
And just to be clear then, the submission from the solicitor at the meetings prior that said we didn't have to indeed have a recommendation for denial is in fact being modified.
Yeah, she was referring, I think, when I was speaking to her, other municipalities do things different ways.
We found
Without
that.
us having any set process for dealing with a motion that's defeated. Some municipalities, get it onto a council agenda via certain avenues. And we can discuss that at planning, but without having anything in place, we're kind of stuck without a system.
There's an old saying, when you dig yourself into a hole, the best thing to do is stop digging. So I will stop digging, and we can deal with this under the Planning Advisory Committee supplementary in order to achieve what needs to be achieved, one way or the other.
So, we have,
So on the supplementary, that's a recommendation that was defeated. So it's up to council if they want to put something on the table.
to pass a motion that it wishes
Yes, whichever way council wishes
to
to deal with this.
So what we must do then, if we wish to approve it, we have to vote to eliminate this.
Well, if you wish to approve it, you need to make the motion outlined here, because council doesn't need to reconsider a planning recommendation.
That's right. That is helpful. So, Councillor Baum.
I will make the motion as presented on page 339 of our package, which basically just is the original motion that was denied at planning, as it's presented there, under both zoning bylaws.
Did he say 339? 339. You're moving that.
I'm moving that.
He's basically moving 8B1.
It's defeated. So what is the action? You're moving that that be approved? We already have that motion. Oh, no, we didn't. It wasn't included in the planning report, was it? Wasn't. So we have a mover and we have a seconder. So if this is approved, the matter's defeated, as it was at planning.
No.
What, tell me then? What
I'm making the motion that was defeated at planning in order to correct that.
And what is the motion?
That application ZBA, if you want the full thing, 36-14, received from Stantec Consulting, agent
Yes.
for Brant Homes, applicant owner of lands described as part lots 11 to 14, Plan 67, Part 1, 2R 7543, County of Brant in the geographic town of Paris and located at 98 Oak Ave to amend zoning bylaw 110-01 to rezone the subject lands from holding provision residential density HR2 and residential second density R2 to agricultural restrictive and to hold provision special exception residential multiple first density be approved with the same thing for the new.
Yes,
Yep.
that's printed.
It's printed.
Thank you for your
I'll read the
consider-
other half too, if you would like.
Printed.
Okay.
Everybody has a copy.
Well, it could have been taken as printed.
You asked.
Yes, I did. Thank you for your consideration. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I supported that recommendation at the Planning Committee, and I will support it now, but I do want to make a comment that the process is a little greasy.
Greasy?
Because normally, the roles and responsibility of the Planning Committee, Advisory Committee,
Yes.
and the roles and responsibility of council
Yes.
are separate and distinct.
Yes.
We sometimes get confused because the people are the same,
Yes.
but the roles and responsibilities are definitely different. And normally, the Planning Advisory Committee acts on the application
Correct.
and makes a recommendation. The role of the council is to act on the recommendation.
Yes. Normal.
In this case,
There is.
the council is acting on the application.
Correct.
There may be some issues regarding notice and proper meetings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but that's what I said, when you've dug yourself in the hole, stop digging, and
Thank you.
we'll move on. There may be some issues related to appeals as it relates to the process that we've just kind of slid through, but I think in order to right the ship, so to speak, we are doing the right thing, and this recommendation, in my opinion, should be supported, as I argued for at the Planning Committee meeting.
If you have any friendly amendments, I'd be more than happy to hear them.
This is just an information that's coming forward.
I have a friendly amendment, but I don't think.
Councillor Carty.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a point of clarification to the clerk, if I may, Your Worship, through you.
Yes, certainly.
What we're about to do here is common practice? Have we done that? Because I've never done this in the 6 years I've been on council, so that's why I'm asking.
No, typically, always before, I would have asked at planning that you do a motion to refuse.
Yes.
Right? And that didn't happen, and then we were stuck without any recommendation coming forward to council. So, as I've said, I've done some consulting, at the end of the day, council is the one under the act that needs to make the decision on the application. And that sets the appeal periods in motion, so without a council direction in one way or the other, we have no next step.
action. No, Councillor Bauman.
Given that our attorney had given her opinion that different councils do things differently, was there actually anything wrong with what we used to do to have a motion or a recommendation to refuse come before council as a recommendation from PAC?
She said there was nothing wrong. She felt that there was a more straightforward way of doing it.
Yeah, we're finding that out right now.
And as I said, I will bring forward some examples. Different municipalities do things different
Good.
ways with
Thank
their,
you.
but we would need to ensconce that in some kind of process rather than just kind of making it up as we go.
Good point. We all can agree with that statement. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. The future Woodsley Ave that's on the back of the Stantec report and their 16-page letter shows a future Woodsley Ave and the 20-row houses, have their front yard facing Woodsley Avenue. When the site plan is done for this, could we require this developer to help pay for this future Woodsley Ave? The reason I ask that, those 20 units have their front doors facing Woodley. They're not allowed to park on the street because we said we're going to enforce the no parking within this development. So if their front doors are facing Woodley, you can bet your boots they're going to be parking all along Woodsley. So why would we not ask them? And it was said tonight they wouldn't put a wall along there. So they'll use that and park there and go in their front doors. So can we, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Trotter, can we request they pay for part of the street?
Separate.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So just for clarification here, you've got a garage and you have a driveway. And you're going to park on the street? I don't understand that.
I didn't say the resident would park on the street. Most likely, they'll park in their driveway. If they have 3 cars, they'll have a third one that will have to go somewhere else because they only have room for 2. But it's the company, it's the visitors I'm concerned about.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, through you,
Yes, sir.
if we're talking visitors here, visitors can park anywhere they want in the county as long as there's parking on the street.
That's correct.
So I'm
but
not
I'd
sure
like
how
an
we
an-
can dictate that.
I'd like an answer to my question because we're putting a street through to help accommodate this development. And
Oh, I see.
why should the taxpayers pick up the whole tab?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, and as was stated earlier, this street has nothing to do with this subdivision here. And potentially that street could be 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So we're expecting this developer to 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, pay money for a street?
It fronts on, you can't say it doesn't have anything to do, Mr. Mayor, with this development. It fronts along 20 units. And I didn't ask to debate this with Councillor Pierce. I want an
He asked
answer
a question.
from the planning department, please.
I think he asked a question about your question. Councillor, Mr. Trotter, could you?
Thank you, Mayor Eddy. Section 40, pardon me?
Can you free us from this situation?
I will try, sir. Section 41 of the Planning Act deals with site plan control. It is very specific with respect to what municipalities can do and can request applicants of, and cost-sharing agreements with abutting owners is not on the list. In addition to that, Woodsley will be constructed and paid for by the developer, not the taxpayer, and it will be dedicated to the county, no charge.
So it will be paid for by the other developer?
Yes.
That is correct, as are most subdivisions in the county, yeah, unless there's a development charge component if there's oversizing, but in this case, there isn't.
Yes.
Councillor, we're finished. We're finished. She asked a question, it's been answered. She asked a question, it's been answered.
Getting away from the application,
Yes.
recommendation, recommendation
Well,
concern zoning.
we're all ready to deal with it now. Yeah, we have a motion. Do you want to state what was said? Not the long form, not the long form, the very short.
Motion on the table is basically that application ZBA 3614 for Brant Homes be approved.
Any speakers? If not, all in favor? Opposed? Result?
Carried.
John Noble Home Committee of Management.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carty, that the John Noble Home Committee of Management report of September 7, 2016 be approved, noting there's 6 items.
Questions of the chair?
Which one are you going to?
Any questions? None? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Trees Conservation Committee report.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to make note that there is another in-camera motion that will be coming forward in the in-camera session regarding John Noble Home.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trees Conservation Committee.
Sorry?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman, that the Trees Conservation Committee report of September 12, 26 be approved, noting that there are 3 recommendations before us.
Questions of the chair? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Corporate Development Committee report. Is there a chair present?
By myself and seconded by Councillor Bauma, that I guess items 2 through 15 be approved. Item 1 really needs to be reviewed and looked at. In regards to item 1, though, Your Worship, I would like to make a comment. In the rebuttal report from Dr. Haley tonight, it was said that she wasn't allowed to speak. If you look at the report, she was a delegation that night, and she did speak. So I want to clarify that.
Was it on another matter or this one?
It was in regards to that matter, sir.
You didn't challenge her?
I'm not a fighting man, I'm a loving man, sir. I come from the flower power days.
Amen to that.
Now, we've got a whole series of recommendations here which you're prepared to defend, 1 to 15. Questions of the chair, Councillor Gatward.
2 to 15.
No, just a moment. Just a moment, please, Councillor.
2 to 15.
You're taking number 1 out, removing it from the report. Thank you.
And I'm requesting, Mr. Mayor, that number 2 be removed, because we've had a delegation here this evening asking for a deferral on number 2 to allow them to survey the residents in the county. And I think that we should let them do it. I think this council
Point of order, Your
needs...
Worship, we're talking about opinions here, we're not talking about facts. Thank you.
There's a motion to remove recommendation number 2 from the report. Is there a seconder?
And number 1.
Pardon?
And number 1.
Number 1 is removed.
Pay attention.
Yes.
Well, if we don't need a
Pardon?
motion for number 1, then we don't need a motion for number 2.
You don't need a motion to remove.
Yes, we do, because it's been moved that it be approved. It must have a motion to remove it, because it's moved in the motion of the chairman that recommendation number...
For items 2 till 15.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll move that it be
Oh, good.
removed, separated.
Is there a
Seeking a
seconder for
seconder.
Councillor Gatward's motion? Councillor Pierce seconds. Discussion on the motion to remove recommendation number 2 from the report. Councillor Carty.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've gone through this 3 or 4 times now. It's come to us 3 or 4 times now, and we've made ourselves perfectly clear on where we stand. I don't see any sense in revisiting this. We have feedback from our agricultural societies, or our agricultural committee. We've got their report back.
That's right.
if we can't trust our community of people that are involved in this, I don't know what we can do. Thank you.
Councillor Bauman.
Also, if I may through you, Mr. Chair, just commenting on that idea, a survey is a wonderful idea, but how can you have a fair survey because anyone who lives in a built-up area does not have a vested interest in the results of the survey as a farmer would. And I've taken it upon myself to ask every farmer at Applefest, you heard me too, talking to our town crier about this situation, and I have yet to find a single farmer who supports this idea. And so I think the idea of doing a survey, there's no way it can be fair, and because it would never address the vested interest of the people who are going to be most affected by the potential if something happens. So I don't see any point in changing our policy at this point.
Councillor Wheat, please.
Also, at committee meeting that night, staff, Jessica Kitchen, requested her report was to stay status quo, and that's what this recommendation is. She made the presentation for us. Members of staff, listen to the staff.
Councillor Carty, please.
Final comment for myself, Your Worship. The person had said something to the effect in regards to this section that some of us were only elected by 20% of the population in that area, and that's fine, but democracy is democracy. We were all elected, whether we were elected by 20% or 50% or 100% isn't the issue. We were elected by a democracy of people who've made a decision to vote or not to vote. We were elected by the people to make decisions on behalf of the people with the appropriate information that we can give. If we had to have documented papers to go around to everybody on voting on every little item that came up to council, we would be frivolously spending taxpayers' money over little items such as this, and I believe this is a little item. Our farm community has already given us their feedback and said, we don't believe in this is the right thing to do. I don't know who else to ask. The committee of the CDC, if it was read properly, and I wasn't going to get in an argument with the person about it, but if they looked at the proper report that stated all the information, there was 48 states that ran into an issue last year. 48 states. So I don't know where they got their information. I didn't want to start an argument. That's not what we're here for. We're here to make decisions on behalf of the people of the county of Brant. And every time somebody stands up and says something, oh, we don't want this, let's do this, let's do that, that's not what it's about. We were elected in a democratic way to make decisions for the county with information from our staff and with information from the committees that belong to this county. And if we can't live by that information to appease other people, they've got the problem, not us. Thank you.
We're getting into another realm almost at this time. And I will admit I'm elected by a majority of the minority of people who vote.
Amen.
But, wow. Councillor Gatwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Councillor Wheat brought up about the staff report. Well, it was the first staff report we got from Mr. Hassan recommended approval of urban chickens. I'd also like to say that the O'Mara Lucas family have done a lot of research here.
Yes.
They stated that the particular...
Mr. Mayor, may I rise on a point of order? The recommendation that is before us now is to defer. We can debate about deferring time and place, but we're not debating the motion at this point. So Councillor Gatwood can hold her fire, if she can, to debate the issue once the resolution itself is on the floor. But the motion before us now is to defer the recommendation.
And we have a seconder for that.
So if I might, Mr. Mayor, it was okay for Councillor Wheat, Councillor Bouma, and Councillor Carty to comment twice, but not for me to comment.
Councillor Coleman, can I let Councillor Coleman speak?
We'll wait until...
Anyone else?
Till the new motion's on the floor.
Anyone else wish to speak? All in favor?
Okay.
My understanding is the motion on the table is that number 2 be voted on separately.
Yes, that's all.
Oh,
Right.
oh, I thought we
No,
had.
that's my understanding.
I see, okay. Be voted on, and I agree that it should be. Okay. I think we'd gone further than that, but
I know we went further.
I'm at a loss.
Mr. Mayor, can I have a ruling,
Yes,
a direction from the clerk?
yes.
Was there a motion to defer number 2?
Yeah.
Or just pull it?
I believe Councillor Gatward's motion was that it be removed for discussion.
So there's no, that's not a
Not-
deferral, that's the only.
Not to defer the recommendation, but to consider that one separately.
Yes.
Oh, that's, thank you, you have correct, I'm corrected, sorry.
And so
about that.
from now on, anybody that asks for one to be removed has to have a motion to have it removed. Because that's what you're making me do tonight.
Why are you making that ruling? Thank you, no. What we need is a motion to deal with the item. We don't have that. You just said it be removed. We have a motion to remove it from the,
From the report.
From the report to consider it separately, yeah.
all in favor of removing recommendation 2 from the report. Is that correct? Opposed? Motion is approved. So what do we do now? The rest of the report?
3 to 15 is what we're at now.
Pardon?
Recommendations 3 to 15.
Questions of the chair on those recommendations? None? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Public Works Committee.
Number 1 and number 2 still.
I thought we'd removed number 1.
Well, I think number 1 can just be withdrawn because it's from something we've already done. So I think 1 can be withdrawn from the report permanently.
I disagree.
Councilor Miller.
Recognized by the chair. It says in the 3rd paragraph that based on submissions received, council consider whether to approve it or defer it for a public meeting. At this point, it's been deferred, so we should actually set a public meeting for this.
Yes.
That's where I'm going with that.
And I believe we've approved doing a public meeting, and I will set a meeting date before the next October council meeting.
So we
did that a while ago.
Do we need to do anything with recommendations?
No, number 1 can be done because
Well,
it was just bringing stuff to the table tonight for consideration.
So what is left of the report to deal with?
Number 2.
Number 2, recommendation, please. Councilor Gatward.
Mr. Mayor, in light of the continuing interest of this topic in our county, which we are a rural county,
Yes.
and all the work that the delegation has put before us, I would move that number 2 be deferred. It's not going to make any difference to what's happening right now, that it be deferred until such time as the community can be consulted. And part of that consultation will be, I suspect, a survey.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have a moved and seconded motion in front of us that would need to be defeated first before we can entertain Councillor Gatward's motion at this point. And since we haven't defeated this yet, we can't have another motion right now. When she had made this same motion earlier, I thought that's what she was doing, but she was just pulling it. So I think the activities that we just went through of voting to pull it for discussion were incorrect. But regardless, here we are. But this motion has not been defeated, so we can't entertain another motion on this yet.
Madam Clerk?
A motion can be deferred, but without being defeated. So motion on the table, there could be a motion that that recommendation be deferred.
So is that your motion?
Yes.
And who's the seconder? Is there a seconder?
No, sir.
Councillor Simon seconds. Discussion on the motion? Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's been mentioned about the Agriculture Advisory Committee.
Yes.
I believe, certainly they're experts in their field. None of them are chicken farmers. They're, I think you pointed out to me that they're grain farmers. Certainly, O'Mara's and Lucas's aren't experts. Neither are Heather Carroll, who came forward, or the St. George delegation that came forward. But we've had 3 or 4 delegations come forward, and this issue is not going to go away. So why not survey the committee? Why not survey, the county? What do we have to be afraid of? Let's do it and see what the results are, and then we can deal with number 2. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. A couple comments. I asked the delegation tonight, I asked the delegation last time they were in, I asked the delegation when Ms. Carroll was in, if we did this survey, if we talked to people and it came back that the answer was no, we do not want it, would you be happy with that? Ms. Carroll said no. The delegation tonight said no. The delegation tonight said maybe. The delegation last time they were in said no. I really don't understand what the survey is going to do, and if we look at this, this isn't just, as you said, Councillor Gatward, for chickens. They're talking goats, they're talking small animals. This is not just for chickens. So what's happened here is it's grown from backyard chickens to now backyard goats to backyard this, then there'll be potbelly pigs, and there'll be all kinds of stuff. Where do we stop it? We stop it here.
There is a seconder for the motion to defer.
Yes. Councillor Simon, Mr. Gatward.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and in response to that, the O'Mara's request is for these type of animals to be in an agricultural area where rural residential properties exist. Only that. They're not asking for urban chickens. They're not asking for chickens in Paris, but they're willing to do a survey for you. And I'm sure the majority of urban people don't want chickens. But people that have 3, 4, 5 acres out in the country, they're not allowed to, according to our bylaw. And I don't see any reason why they can't have a few chickens or a goat or 5 ducks floating in their pond. I don't see an issue with that. And I don't think any of us should. But let's survey and see what the community and the broader community has to say. They're offering to do it. We're not even putting this on our staff.
Councillor Bauman.
Just a few points in response to that. Number one, rural residential livestock would put abutting agricultural uses at even greater risk than having chickens in the backyards of Paris, because it would be closer. Number two, I am sure there are farms for sale in this county that these people can purchase, and then they can have all the livestock they wish, up to a certain point, I'm sure, if they have to get approvals for that. I, again, dislike the fact that a normal farm operation, a normal family farm, is called a commercial farm. It's a family business, and it's a family farm. And number three, now I lost my train of thought. Regardless, oh yes, they have the freedom to apply for a zone change, which we can approve or disapprove here without changing our bylaws, without doing that. And they can say that's cost prohibitive, and yet to build enclosures, to do all this other stuff also has a large cost with it. So they're already willing to invest that sort of money. So they're more than willing to come back and ask for a zone change on their property if they wish. And we're not saying no. We're just saying that we maintain our current position.
Thank you. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, to correct Councillor Gatward, 4 or 5 of the members of the Agriculture Advisory Committee have had beef, hogs, and dairy. So please don't tell me they're not from a livestock operation. They make cash crop now.
Yeah.
But they've all had that and still do. Still do. Now, the reason I can't support this is, in the rural areas, is that I know of an area that has got a whole bunch of nice houses all along that people got severances a number of years ago, but there's a dairy farm right across the road that would like to expand. And will not be able to because of all them beautiful homes they gotta look at. And we're gonna give them the right to have chickens and ducks and geese and all that. That's why I can't support this, because you give it to them, but we cut off our agriculture, the people that are making a living from the farm. As Councilor Bowman said, you wanna buy a farm, buy a farm. My brother-in-law's farm just sold, they should have bought it and moved on and had all the animals they wanted. They could have tranquilized in that beauty back there in the creeks and whatnot with all the ducks that they wanted. I'm sorry, I cannot support this. Let's move on. Dr. Haley wants me to bake for the feed the people on the canoe trip, so I would like to get the hell home and get this done. So I gotta get bacon tonight, so let's go.
Mr. Trotter, did you wish to comment? No? All right, the motion, we're ready for the motion. All in favor?
And this is to defer. This motion is to defer.
Yes. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Chambers, sorry.
I've been waiting patiently for this,
I'm sorry.
this recommendation to finally hit the table, because I have an amendment that I would like to put forward, because the existing recommendation contradicts itself, and it shouldn't contradict itself. My motion to amend is this, that the words "and only permit" be replaced with respect to, and that both designated and be stricken, and the words other than those be added. So the recommendation reads as thus: that council continue to support existing approved policies with respect to livestock within areas other than those zoned agricultural. If you allow the recommendation to be presented and passed as such, you are presupposing an application to request for that to be permitted on their own properties. You cannot say you're not going to permit it at all. The analogy is dog kennels. Our zoning bylaw prohibits dog kennels in areas.
Yes, it does.
People can apply for a dog kennel.
Yep, we have it.
If we say now that you can't, we're not going to approve dog kennels, then when someone makes application, you have presupposed your decision, and you shouldn't do that. Councilor Bauma is quite correct.
Yes.
And this seems to be lost on everyone. Anybody can make application to have 6 chickens in their backyard. And each application is weighed on its own individual merits. And in my opinion, that's the way it should be, just like a dog kennel, just like a granny suite or a garden suite. We prohibit garden suites in the county according to our comprehensive zoning bylaw, but we allow applications for approvals. That is the system that is in place. That is the existing approved policies. You cannot state unequivocally that you're only going to permit something because you don't have that authority. You have to weigh it on its own individual merits. So I hope the recommendation can be amended as such, and then anybody that wants chickens can make application. If all their neighbors are supportive and they can convince council that there's nothing wrong with it, then they'll get their chickens. That's the way it should be. They're quite correct when they say it's costly.
Yes.
It's costly because it costs for applications. To have 6 chickens that's going to cost you $5,000 or $6,000 for an official plan amendment, and it's, I agree, it's quite prohibitive, but it's not restricted. They can do that. If you want a dog kennel bad enough, you'll pay the money. If you want chickens, you should be prepared to do that, and you're subject to the appeals of the Ontario Municipal Board. You can appeal a refusal, or you can be appealed on an approval. So that's my my motion to amend, that the words "and only permit" be replaced to "with respect to," and the words "other than those" replace both designated and.
Number 2. Pardon?
Second.
What did he say?
Second it.
Oh, good. That means the seconder. Comments? Anyone wish to speak to it?
I'd like the clerk to reread it, please.
You wish it read? Just a moment.
That council continue to support existing approved policies with respect to livestock within areas other than those designated and zoned agricultural, subject to meeting provincial guidelines.
Now, should we say fowl and livestock to make it complete? FOWL. Okay. Counselor, did you? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So that's with the amendment, but now we need the motion
As amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Public Works Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councilor Miller, that the Public Works Committee report from September 13, 2016 be approved, noting there is 10 recommendations, Mr. Mayor.
Question to the chair. Councilor Chambers.
I declare on the resolution with regard to the...
Which number?
Number 8.
Number 8.
I believe.
Thank you. Questions to the chair, anyone? None? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Services Committee report. Oh, I see, okay.
Someone want to let him know he can come back?
Yes. This is one hell of a council meeting, isn't it? I did get lost there, you know. Isn't that thing the chicken said?
Can we move on to something else?
Where's the draft budget? We don't have a copy of it.
Community Services Committee, and there are only 2 recommendations. It's a short report this month.
And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor John Pierce, that the Community Service Report of September 19, 2016 be approved.
Question to the chair. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chair. Number 1, and that's the continuation of the paramedicine program be supported. I'm just wondering, that support, is it anything other than the letter or a business case at this point?
Yes, there's a possibility that funding can be recovered through Lynn, and this is to augment and support that possibility. I don't know whether that answers the question or not, but it's just basically the proposal is within the budget that is going to be before us. It's being proposed, and there are possibility of provincial dollars to assist in paying for that. And this is just basically letters from the constituent mayors basically praising the program in order to make it easier to get provincial funding if need be the case.
Yes?
Well, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Are we looking for a financial commitment? But I think you answered that saying it's going to be in the budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is proposed in the budget, and as a funding source, we're hoping to get provincial dollars to support paying for it.
Councillor Gatward,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 2,
number 2.
we are being asked to receive the budget as information, but I haven't received a copy of it yet. I don't even know what's in it, and I don't believe
As soon as
it.
we pass the resolution that it be received, then it'll be received and presented. The budget process basically is this: the budget is presented to the ambulance committee, then it is
Yes.
discussed and received, if this passes, obviously, and then it is presented to both the city and the county in their budget process, and you will have opportunity to see the budget at that time, or at this, there's nothing secret about it at this point.
Thank you.
If I might follow up, then, can you tell me if there is any additional ambulances included in the budget?
The draft budget incorporates the recommendations that were presented, and it is roughly a 4.2% increase in draft form that incorporates the recommendations that we heard earlier this evening, which includes the additional resources.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 9A, amendments proposed to the Code of Conduct. Councillor Weed?
I'll move it together on the floor. I'm not in support of it.
Seconder? Councillor Gatward. Weed and Gatward. You supposed to speak to it?
This recommendation, he wants to amend my item up to his contract is running out in another very short period of time.
Correct.
And we've hired someone else, but that someone else look at it.
Yes.
So the first, the new integrity
Should go.
lady.
Could we have the motion, previous motion, rescinded, retracted, and let's refer it to the new integrity? That's correct.
Council Chambers will set me straight here. I think we need to defeat this recommendation first, and then I'll make a separate, if it's defeated, then I'll make a separate recommendation that is being forwarded on to the new integrity.
Because there is a recommendation there, but it's from him, it's not from our organization. It's not the county.
It's from him.
Yeah, but you don't have to deal with it that way, I don't think.
All right, whatever you want.
Madam Clerk, how would you
Can I
deal?
just, I would just suggest that we not defeat his suggested changes to the code at this point. We can just refer this. We don't need
whole
to
thing.
defeat his recommendations, because
Oh.
that probably doesn't
Is
send
that
the best
all right
message
with
either.
Tom?
No.
Move Councillor Wheat, refer it.
Yep.
Mover and seconder.
I was the seconder, and I'll second it if we're referring this to the new integrity commissioner.
Anyone wish to comment? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. A letter from the Chair of Brant Heritage Advisory Committee.
Move received.
Pardon? What was the motion? Did you hear it?
Well, Counselor Bauma suggested that we move them all, and I'm just looking to see if there's anything we truly need to pull out.
11A, they're actually looking for an endorsement from the council, from us.
Yeah, I believe 11A and the proclamation and the request to take ownership, there are some that actually need to be addressed.
Yeah, F and G I want to refer to.
Well, then we better go through them.
Yeah.
Do we need to take action on item B?
I believe the municipality needs to endorse this if we're going to go forward with the 11A.
Councillor Miller? No, we've dealt with 11A. It's 11B. We have a motion on.
That we support 11A.
Pardon? We've already passed 11A. Haven't we?
No, someone just made a motion to support 11A.
No. We moved that and I voted on it.
No, 11A, the Michael Byrne letter.
That's B. Oh, 11A, sorry. Where'd I get the other one? Okay, thank you.
So if Councillor Coleman moved, Councillor Simon seconds to
Yes.
endorse this nomination.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. B,
This one's done. You
It's-
received this.
received. C,
We can receive unless somebody wants to nominate someone.
received. All in favor? D,
Somebody want?
you get a mover
I had a mover for the proclamation, yes.
and a seconder?
Okay.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. So where are we now?
We are at the request to take ownership of the Middleport Church and Cemetery.
Referred, that should be referred to both Heritage Advisory and the Cemetery Committee. Cemetery Advisory Committee. What were you thinking? Do we have to which?
Yeah.
What is he saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, move it.
Your worship, the question was, do we have to take a cemetery? Michael, more familiar with the laws, but as
Only
I
if-
understand it,
If they abandon.
there's a process,
If they
yeah.
decide to abandon.
Move to receive and refer to community services.
Yeah, let Chambers deal with it. Who's he referring it to?
Eli?
Community Services Committee.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, yes. All in favor? Opposed, carried. No, I know you're not ready.
American Church of Canada have money.
Which one?
Nils?
Okay.
Can F and G be referred to the consultant doing the project?
Yeah, that, yes.
Is that where you'd send it, moved and seconded? F, G,
Chambers wants to say something.
all in favor? Now, what do
F
we
and
do
G.
with H?
Councillor.
F and G.
Counselor,
Thank you. I just wanted to make comment with regard to the letter from Art and Terry Nill and Ross and Mary Lou Nill. And this
Oh,
is with
yes.
regard to the EA
Yes.
process. And I understand the process, and they understand the process, but not only the Nills, but I've received letters, and I think other people have as well, from the Baptists and the Seviers with regard to the impact this option has on their individual properties. And essentially, what it does, it destroys the properties, according to what they see. And I understand that the Class EA looks at options.
yes, tell us.
I guess I have a question in that the engineering firm that is carrying out the EA process has a set of criteria that they will be using to evaluate the options.
Oh, okay, better.
I'm not sure that destroying a sixth-generation family farm is a criteria that they would use over the objections of a hamlet of 50
That's what it
people.
was. That's what it was.
I'm not so sure that the Baptist house that would have to be taken out is part of the criteria that they use. The point I'm getting at is there has to be some sort of input on the criteria
Yes.
based on the circumstances. This option has devastated these people in that they don't know what's going to happen to their properties. If, for example, and I don't know, the recommendation of the preferred option comes back based on the criteria that the engineering firm is using, is going to say that this option is the preferred option, that puts council in a very awkward position in that they have to make some difficult decisions here, in that if they reject a preferred option, there's ramifications for that. There has to be some way for the criteria to be impacted by the council to perhaps rate the criteria in such a way that things like this don't happen. Because I'll tell you, I can never support, and I never will support, the construction of a highway between a house and a barn on a sixth-generation family farm that would essentially destroy their operation. I can't support a retired couple who have put their life savings into their property to have their house taken out and a road put through. And I can't support a family operation that has been going on for quite some time to be essentially bisected. And I don't like the fact that the people that are involved are suffering through this, not knowing what's going to happen to their properties. It's unfair, it's unwarranted, and I'm not sure how you can deal with that without compromising the EA process. But the EA process to investigate an interchange on Bishopsgate Road should not have an option to have an interchange on Maple Avenue. It just doesn't make sense to me.
It's so
I would like staff to, and perhaps the committee to, look for ways to make this option go away for the sake of the people that are being impacted. And I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure that the road committee has input in the criteria that is being used. I hope they do. I hope that one of the criteria is that you will not destroy properties of sixth-generation farmers. That's a criteria that is pretty specific, but in my opinion, being a sixth-generation farmer, that is a horrible, horrible option to have hanging over your head.
Councillor Miller.
I just, on this issue, I got caught with my pants around my ankles, because I went to the previous pick, and we're looking at roundabouts, Bishopgate number 2, and down Putnam Road number 2, and I thought that was some pretty interesting stuff. I already had plans for this pick, so I missed it, and to be honest, I was just caught totally unaware when people were saying, why are they talking about an interchange on Maple Ave? That came totally out of the blue, and I know for a fact it's caused a lot of sleepless nights for some of these people. So
it did.
Just the way it went about, it just is not fair. So, and that's just how I feel. So, anyways, yeah, we'll leave it at that.
And I agree with every word you said, absolutely. Councillor Bauma. It's
fifth generation farm there,
okay, where are we now?
Okay, so those two can be received as information?
No, they should be forwarded to the, they need to be forwarded to the consultant or to the Public Works Committee.
Refer to the consultant.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, there was.
Agreed. Agreed? Good. Okay, where are we now?
Okay, so the correspondence on the growth plan, there was none, so we don't need to take any action on that one.
Received?
Yep. And then this is the correspondence you asked to have. added.
Yes, well, it's because of the letter they sent changing, and there was no intent ever intended. There was no intention of saying the wrong things, and it's just their attitude about it. Anyway, I thought it was important for council to see actually the wording that was sent, how it was sent, and what came back, so that we're all on the same playing field. J, Margaret Gurney. Councillor Coleman.
I'll move that to be received, but I also want to move this motion forward that we extend the hour past 10 o'clock.
Oh, thank you. Oh, 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Because the old was 11 when you started. Yes, thank you very much. Is there a seconder to extend the hour to, what do we go, to midnight? All in favor?
Vote against it.
Oh, it's carried. You didn't throw anything. You had a chance. Margaret Gurney.
Move to receive.
Received. Agreed. All in favor? Infrastructure Fund.
There's a bylaw on this coming up, so unless there's any questions.
Bylaw, any questions? Over the sheet, 13.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon?
K.
K, JK, yes?
We got this just this afternoon, and couldn't it have waited till the next CDC meeting?
I wouldn't wait a day. The sooner you get these things in, the better. They know you're chomping at the bit if you get it in.
The deadline is close to after the next
Don't
council
take it.
meeting. I don't want to.
Don't take a chance. We should have got it much sooner, I agree with you that. But don't take a chance on it. It's worth. So we're over to resolutions, and Councillor Gatward has a resolution.
Well, all I really wanted, Mr. Mayor, was approval from council. The Brant Six Nations Impaired and Distracted Driving Advisory Committee had made this motion that's on page 493, and Mr. Levac wanted a letter of support from both councils, City Council and County Council, before he starts working on the telecommunications.
Oh, you've got it. You've got the motion. Councillor, sorry to interrupt you. Can we let Councillor Pierce go ahead?
Sorry, I didn't realize there was one out there.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powell, that the County of Brant Council forward a letter of support to the Brantford and Six Nations Impaired and Distracted Driving Committee initiative, and have telecommunications companies solicited for distracted driving initiatives.
They want them to have distracted driving initiative. Yeah, that seems there's a word missing there, I think, but it's their resolution.
It's now the #1 cause of collisions, over-impaired.
But they want to eliminate it, and they're not saying that. Read it. All in favor, opposed, carried. Other business? Nothing. In camera. Do you want to go in camera? Moved by Councillor Bauma, second by Councillor.
That the Brant County Council convene in camera to discuss the labor relations or employee negotiations matters. The first matter about identifying individual corporate development in camera. The labor relations or employee negotiations.
Just read what that says. It's not a proper resolution. I'm not signing. All in favor?
30 seconds.
Opposed?
We have iPads? This is crazy.
Tonight is exceptionally bad.
I have an issue with my iPad, it would not work properly today.
What is the
problem?
Anyway, just an observation. So, myself, seconded by Councilor Powell, the following bylaws we read a first time. So it's 125-16 through to 133-6, actually, there's two more.
Nope, that's.
133, so it's on 133-6.
First reading of bylaws, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Powell, the following bylaws now be read a second time and all clauses and preambles be adopted. 125-16 through 133-16.
Second reading of bylaws as listed. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any member have a question about any bylaw that's listed? Anybody want to have a question? Fill in the blank, etc. If not, please proceed.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Powell, that the following bylaws be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed. 125-16 to 133-16.
Third and final reading of bylaws that's listed. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that completes the agenda that has. Now, is there another addendum? Is there something?
One more thing to say on this. I was in, there was complaints at a previous meeting about the condition of our business park where needed. I was there yesterday, and it looks to me to be immaculate.
Why are they
immaculate? It looks great. I didn't see any problems
Well,
whatsoever.
why?
And I'd like to also state that the land up here at the corner
Yeah.
of us, and
You
it
should have seen it,
was
it
wonderful.
was a rotten mess.
Pardon?
Pardon?
Go there at least once a week.
Yeah, but it was a rotten mess, it was a weed. You can say whatever you want, it was a rotten mess and I was embarrassed.